This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The Law Society of Kenya and two human rights groups have accused Ugandan authorities of abducting two Kenyan activists in Kampala, terming the incident a grave escalation of cross-border repression. The Bob Njeri, the Free Kenya Movement chairperson, and Nicholas Oyo, the group's secretary general, was seized at a petrol station on Wednesday by armed individuals believed to be Ugandan security operatives. In a joint letter to Uganda's High Commission in Nairobi, LSK, Okoh Africa, and Amnesty Kenya demanded the immediate release and safe return of the pair. The groups urged Ugandan authorities to disclose the activists' location, guarantee their safety, and uphold their rights under international law. Embakasi East MP Babu Owino, who spoke at the funeral service for former Cabinet Minister Dalmas Otieno in Migori County, also demanded the safe return of the activists.
Kuna Prime Cabinet Secretary hapa. Kuna Wakenya ambao wameshikwa huko Uganda. Tukimaliza hii burial, tunaambia Mheshimiwa Mudavadi apigie Museveni simu watoe hao Wakenya ambao wameshikwa. Na wale Wakenya ambao wanashikwa Migingo pia watolewe.
The Pharmacy and Poisons Board has dismissed claims linking paracetamol use during pregnancy to autism in children, urging expectant mothers to follow medical advice when using the pain reliever. In a statement, the PPB noted that no conclusive scientific evidence exists to support such claims and advised pregnant women to use paracetamol only when necessary in prescribed doses and strictly under the supervision of a qualified medical professional. The board reassured the public that paracetamol remains safe for relieving pain and fever in pregnancy when taken as prescribed. The clarification comes days after US President Donald Trump linked the drug to autism. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has hinted that Kenyan police officers currently serving in Haiti may soon be returning home, citing the successful role they've played in stabilizing parts of the troubled Caribbean nation. Speaking during the Nairobi edition of Jukwaa la Usalama on Thursday, Murkomen commended Inspector General Japhet Koome and the deployed officers, praising their resilience in challenging conditions.
The experience we have received by the work that our police officers done, and I'm very happy juzi United Nations wamevote, wamesema sasa hiyo mission itapanuliwa na itahakikisha kwamba UN itasupport na kwamba watu wengine watatumwa, so that it gives also space for some of our police officers to come home, and the experience they will have wakileta hapa itatusaidia pia kupambana na gangs katika hii city na sehemu zingine katika taifa letu.
Meanwhile, the United Nations has said more than 16,000 people have been killed in armed violence in Haiti since the start of 2022, warning that the worst may be yet to come. UN Rights Chief Volker Turk said the human rights situation in Haiti has reached a boiling point with abuses and violence having escalated and intensified since March. The poorest country in the Americas, Haiti has long suffered at the hands of violent criminal gangs that commit murders, rapes, looting, and kidnappings against a backdrop of chronic political instability. The Kenya African National Union has announced that its national chairman, Gideon Moi, will be the party's candidate in the forthcoming Baringo senatorial by-election. In a statement, KANU said Moi's nomination followed extensive consultations, deliberations, and consensus within the party and with the people of Baringo. The party described Moi as an experienced and visionary leader whose candidature underscores KANU's commitment to providing people-centered leadership at a critical time for both the country and the nation. Moi, who previously served as Baringo Senator, expressed gratitude to party members, supporters, and residents of Baringo for their confidence in his leadership. He pledged to run a people-driven campaign anchored on inclusivity, accountability, and service delivery. A man who carried out an attack at a synagogue in Manchester on Thursday, which left 2 Jewish people dead and 3 others injured, has been named by police as Jihad al-Shami. Al-Shami, a 35-year-old British man of Syrian descent, drove a car at people outside the Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue before attacking bystanders with a knife. He was shot dead by police at the scene. Greater Manchester Police said 3 further people had been arrested as part of the investigation and declared it a terrorist incident. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country, we are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And just like that, it's Friday, the 3rd of October, and the day has already begun, and it's already 11 minutes after 6 o'clock, and Friday has said, ha, I'm not your mate. I'm getting you into the weekend like that. Like a jet plane, moving. Imagine. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. You said what? Moving. Apana, umesema nini?
Moving.
Very good. How are you this morning?
Salama sana, ukaje?
Mimi niko salama.
Happy to see you.
Happy to see you too.
I love your top.
Thank you very much, sir.
I really do love it.
Sandy.
Yeah, so ufanye ile kitu.
Okay. Well, Jali, I got you.
Do that thing.
I got you.
You must represent. Plus, I know if there is anything Kente or Nigerian outfit, who else to trust other than you?
Bas, I got you. Don't I'll sort you out properly.
Salama.
Mimi niko poa.
Good to see you.
How's your day between the time I left you running around to now?
My day was good. Yes, my day was good. Thank you for the shea butter. It's doing wonders.
Ah.
Yes.
Guys.
It's doing wonders.
Dennis is just trying to tell you how.
There is
He's using
authentic.
authentic shea butter
on
his skin. Give it some. You will see some.
Got a glow, man.
Got a glow.
Nothing is pounded like.
Actually, it is actually.
Yeah.
The nuts, the tree. Well, the nuts is harvested.
Yeah.
And then, it's soaked. Then it's actually really, really, really pounded. And then all the stuff that comes out of it, after they keep maneuvering. It's actually a painstaking process.
Know.
That's why I feel so bad when I see that people have adulterated shea, because the process that goes into getting the butter. Is an arduous process.
Yeah.
These women really, really work very hard to get out. And then now when you finally see the oil coming up on top, which now later solidifies and turns into the butter. And then I see people going to mix it with nonsense. I feel very bad.
Yeah. Because yesterday I was just watching how it's harvested. First of all, just taking it from the farms, how they carry it, and then choosing the best there is to dry them, to clean them up, and then the process of not getting the oil. I mean, it's, you have to appreciate it.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. But and then it gives you this great stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Welcome to Friday, everybody. It is the first Friday of October. We're getting into a number of conversations. Ndu and Dennis Aseto here with you as we discuss some of those things. So karibuni sana. Always good to have you in the room. Yes, indeed, our live streams are up and we're getting into it. YouTube, Facebook, X, karibu sana. And even as we get the wheels turning, Evie is here with her red cape of hope. I've decided that's what it's called. I think every day I shock this chick. I say things that she was not expecting. Sorry. But whomst am I?
Whomst are you?
Whomst am I?
Whomst are you?
She's threatening me. Hey, guys, my life is in danger. So, and also our audience on KTN, Karibu Sana. And as we get into Kenya's biggest conversation this Friday, I'm very glad that you're with us today as we get into things. So, thank you for doing that. And we'll let you know the conversations that we'll be having today. It's going to be quite one. So there were things that were said really accusations that were made in terms of things that should or should not happen in the Kiambu County government. And let's look into some of those things right now. And why is my phone misbehaving? I do not know. Just looking into some of the posters that we have today and some of the conversations that we will be having. My phone has refused to download the thing. So at 7 o'clock, our conversation is what, Mr. Aseto?
At 7 o'clock, our conversation is around Kiambu County, and we will be looking at, we will be having one Dr. Bill Murioki, who is the KMPD Regional Secretary, Central Kenya, and Dr. Patrick Nyaga, Chief Officer, Health Services, Kiambu County. And shall be talking about Kiambu's healthcare status and newborn deaths amid health workers' strike. So we're talking about over 126 days of doctors' strike, and what has that done to the residents of Kiambu County. Newborn deaths, infant mortality continues to go high. That, together with the fact that citizens of Kiambu County have to travel outside the county to seek medical services. This, as the county says, that they have paid up, but union says hatujalipwa. So who is telling the truth? We shall be having that conversation a little bit later. Now, and that is from 7 all the way to 8:30 a.m. And at 9 to 10 a.m. we shall be having Ambassador Paul Mukumbi, who is the Consul General, Consulate of the Republic of Uganda in Mombasa. And you were talking about the progress Kenya has entered into bilateral agreements with Uganda, 8 matters to be discussed, ranging from infrastructure, fishing, and just matters how Kenya and Uganda will be working together. This is a conversation we shall be having a little bit later.
Indeed. So those are some of the things that we'll be talking about. And even as you start to click in, let's engage in these conversations together. Also just joining in, rather adding on to that Kiambu conversation, we also did see the report of numbers of babies who've died, and it comes to about that number 127, 26. You know, so I mean, crazy numbers. We'll have a conversation in terms of what those actually look like. All right, so. Before we get into the place where we can say good morning to everybody, we are finishing off in Comoros.
Comoros, yes, we are in Comoros, a country that borders Madagascar, Mozambique, and the Indian Ocean. Population of 900,000 people, and major economy, tourism, fishing, and also remittances that are sent back home by the citizens who live outside the country. But let's go to the proverb today. Words are like spears. Once released, they cannot return.
Absolutely. I try to think about, I try to do that every day. Sometimes it's so difficult, but if you make it a deliberate effort to really be careful about the things that you say, with intention and with real deliberateness, that the words that you speak they have the possibility of building or breaking. It's difficult sometimes, but then to be able to engage your brain to mouth filter, or to just be very sensitive that not all people are the same, and the things that we say, you will not be able to control how they affect other people. So, I mean, absolutely. Once it's out, there is very little you can do to get anybody to forget. And whether it's good or bad. If it's good, fantastic. If it's bad, then it's terrible. But once it's out, it's out.
You can't get it back, man. It's like that bullet. Once you fired, it's out. You know, and they say one of the worst weapons there is in the world is our tongue. Because it has destroyed nations and people, relationships, you know. So it just goes to, and at times even someone would be saying something, but the tone with which it comes out with also matters. So it's just understanding the entire ecosystem on what we say, how we say, and where we say it. So that's interesting.
Absolutely. It's a good one, and I think a great place to be able to start this morning. And yes, we can see you guys getting into the room, and let's just say a hello to you as you do. Always lovely to have you join us as we have these conversations together. and clicking in one by one from different parts of the world. This is a Situation Room, and even as you join us, we know that some of you are getting to bed, some of you are just waking up, also depending on which part of the world you are tuning in and linked in from. So always great to have you, so thank you so much for doing that. All right, so then as we say, good morning to you. We can see that you're tuned in. Hisa Daniel is here this morning. Don Sabwa, I can't ask Okari today because he's not here, but we could actually keep that question for Monday, or maybe you will have another one for us come Monday morning for him. So
but I could ask you that question. Ndu,
yes.
I'm asking you a question.
All right.
Do you know that your social health scheme is capped at 900 shillings?
Meaning what? Oh, you're asking me the question? No, I didn't know.
You didn't know?
Okay, that's the answer.
Don Saba now is asking you to go find out.
Okay. I'll go and find out to see if it's actually that 900 bob.
Yeah.
Abby? All right. Also, then... Oh, is this you? It's not you because we're in a different place. Okay, so then continue to say good morning to you guys. Peter Chiari is tuned in from Mombasa. If you look at the people in your circle and you don't get inspired, not expired, then you don't have a circle, you have a cage. Yeah, that's a deep one, isn't it? If you don't get inspired, why am I saying expired? If you don't get inspired by the people in your circle, you don't have a circle, but you have a cage. Somebody definitely keeping you hostage in terms of that, right? Okay. Good morning to you, Peter Chiari, tuned in. Eliana Yabesh says, if Ethiopians can come together and build the biggest dam in Africa without a loan, why can't we Kenyans mobilize ourselves and build the TikTok hospital and we let the pup keep yapping as usual?
We can't actually.
Let me tell you something. It's all in your resolve. There's nothing you can't do. There's one of Africa's, I think, biggest media moguls. Her name is Moabudu. And she says all the time, she used to do a show and she used to say all the time, if you can think it, you can do it.
You can do it.
If it has formed in your mind that this is something we can actually do, it's then about your hands to follow your mind. So guys, if you've decided that this is the way you want to go, you can actually do that. Robert Bogo is tuning from Mombasa this morning. Kelvin Kaburu says good morning, tuned in from Kahawa Sukari. Great day ahead, my good people. Fiery Red is tuned in and says good morning, TGIF. Mashari and Njeri tuned in from Portland in Oregon and says good Friday. Margaret Wanjohi says good morning all at Team Spice Situation Room from Houston, Texas. It's good to be here. Let's continue the great conversations and have a great weekend. Thank you so much, Margaret. Rogers Nyange says good morning, tuned in from Voi. Just Nature says bonjour Spices, it's Friday finally. Have yourselves a lovely weekend. Esther Waboy tuned in this morning, listening in from Komarok. Christina A says good morning to you. Karibu Sana. Simon Kabiru says good morning, great people from Mombasa, tuned in and ready for the biggest conversation of the day. All the best. Thank you so much, we take that. Hisa Daniel is tuned in this morning, and Jimmy Munuthi says I'm awake and just waiting for the show. We're here. Okay, Antonina Kihika says, happy BF day. Is that best friend? Is it boyfriend? Which one? And apparently it's poop day. I don't know. How can there be a day for everything? Am I allowed to say that? Good morning, Antonina. So is it boyfriends or best friends? Which one?
We will find out.
Will tell us. Yeah. Erica War says, good morning. Dr. Venvik says, salam alaikum, Ijuman Jema. Tibbs Muge tuned in. Morocco is coming online. Someone should platform the Gen Z awakening happening around the globe. Yeah, we see that Morocco folks are waking up and something is starting to twitch. Yeah. That is definitely one to watch.
It's Boyfriend Day.
It's Boyfriend Day?
Yeah, 3rd of October.
Oh, well done, boyfriends. All of you are doing a good job. Yeah. Mtuflani, happy Friday. Y'all, since when is blowing a nose interpreted as being emotional? Oh, okay. I don't want... where are you getting this information from? But we see you and we say Karibu Sana, bro. Ivan Amondi Odera says, good morning, D&D crew. Tuned in from Kitengela and loving the Friday vibes. If only you could drop some music to seal it. Cindy, Aseto will sing. Cole Kip Kano says, good morning. Enough with pounding and nuts. Happy Friday, roommates. Can't get over... Wajakoya's proverb interpretations. Yeah, you're still there. Josh Willie says good morning. Patrick Nyabuti is also tuned in. Good morning, SpiceFM family. It's a blessed Friday that God has made for us. Let's rejoice, can't we? We shall. Agola, good morning, people, is dancing into Friday. And Jeffrey Nicholas is also here, says good morning. Kimathi Nkrumah McConnell says, Wagwan Spice, is everything nice? Tuna Jaribu. Dance Di Lagat is saying good morning. Chebebe, good morning. Okari, where he is being greeted. Good morning. And Aseto, we are all here. What we can do all we want. TikTok Hospital will be a game changer. It will, from what I'm seeing. NN says, Koki from Gatondo South, tuned in this morning. Richard Odera, good morning, Spice, tuned in from Mikindani in Mombasa. A bird that flies above the ocean can never fear a river. I know, bring it on.
Yeah.
We've seen worse. This one is not going to rock the boat. So thanks. And we keep it moving. Guys, Karibu Sana, we're going to see you more of you get into the room. And as you do, you come in with our salams. Thank you so much for being here. At this point, let's take a look at some of the stories making headlines today, and we'll start with Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Cocaine highway. Some of you saw the news yesterday on the bulletin with Ashley and Jesse, and there was a story that was done by one Mr. Ontomwa. And this is very, very interesting to watch, to understand. When we talk about Kenya being where a lot of drug mules pass through, Kenya as a channel or an onward destination point for a lot of these drug carriers. And the video, it was interesting, but the headline, marketed as a model of aviation security, JKIA now stands exposed as a soft underbelly in the global drugs trade. Investigations reveal how a British passport holder, Demata Dos Santos, 28, was waved through checks with cocaine worth millions in his luggage, aided by handlers in uniform and plainclothes. His arrest in London has left Kenya's law enforcement silent, fueling fears that East Africa's busiest hub is in the grip of cartel infiltration. I mean, it was so clear. Nobody checked his bags in that. I don't know if you watched that.
Yeah.
He walked into the hospital in the company of somebody now that they're saying was a plainclothes officer. He was not bothered at all, did not speak to anybody. The folks let him through. They didn't check his bags during the security check. They let him through. Only for Heathrow, and he says, they've...
Yeah. You know what baffles me is if you've ever flown international from JKA, the security checks starts outside before you even access the building, because you have to leave your luggage, then dogs go through it before you actually get now to the x-ray screening. So if all that didn't happen, begs the question, just what are we doing?
But if you look at the video, he was with somebody until the door, where you're checking, where your passport is being checked in the line, where the little doggies are coming through. Nobody came near him. This gentleman was with him until he went into the door. The gentleman walks away, doesn't even look back, and then he gets into the x-ray screening, and there's a gentleman who insists that he be the one to check his bag. It was clear that, there was a lot that was happening here. And so then questions have to be asked. And then the same man is caught with that suitcase with drugs worth millions. May 13th, a foreigner walked into Kenya's supposedly high-guarded international airport carrying a briefcase packed with Class A and B drugs that included cocaine worth millions of shillings. With surprising ease, he slipped through departures. Suspect, the man. The 28-year-old man being identified by investigators as Demata Dos Santos. He was traveling on a British passport, but believed to be of Brazilian origin aboard flight BA064. September 2nd trips. Dos Santos has made another trip on September 2nd last year. He travelled again using his British passport, arriving in Nairobi on a KQ flight. 4 days later, he booked a flight to London. Arrested June 16th. The Metropolitan Police confirmed to The Standard the arrest of Dos Santos, noting that he appeared before Isleworth Crown Court on the 16th of June, where he was remanded in custody pending trial on the 3rd of December this year. This is the one that was caught in England.
Yeah.
How many are passing through? Those are the questions.
But imagine what this does to JKA.
Reputation blown in a minute.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, blown wide open. That these guys didn't even have to check at Heathrow. That they just, and I tell you what, the folks at Heathrow were tipped off by somebody from Nairobi. Said, hello, somebody is coming. He passed through here, but he's coming. There's no other way they would have known if not being tipped. But we'll look into the details of that story. We talk about Kenya being where mules then essentially are matured for the global drug trade.
Drug trade.
Knife, condom, HIV kits, chilling details in socialite's murder case. We'll look into this. Suspected murder weapon used, condom, HIV test kits, bloodstains, and a passport were tabled in Milimani High Court yesterday as the prosecution built a case against the prime suspect in the murder of socialite starlet Okoh. Where? Court comes in and says, you know what? Police recruitment, stop it. Because they're now okay. We also did hear CS Murkomen say yesterday, okay, sasa how we need to hire.
Yes.
Well, now you people are fighting, we cannot hire. The court has come in and said we can't. So now we wait. Remember that the commission and the service are fighting each other over the payroll and who's going to handle it. Then now on top they want to hire 10,000 police, and then court says, hold my drink. Just wait a minute. It's not happening now.
So when you hire these police officers, who exactly has their payroll?
That's the thing. Kanja wants it. Commission wants it. So
hold your horses.
For now, the court says, okay, how about I join this race? It becomes a 3-horse
race.
Race to save Mao is more about life than medals, is what we're being told right now. And 2 Kenyan activists abducted in Uganda. Of course, we talked about, I think actually mentioned that yesterday. Bob Jaggi and Nicholas Oyo yesterday abducted in Uganda under unclear circumstances. We'll look into that as well. Tried and tested, Gideon returns to Baringo politics and eyes the Senate seat. KANU, the party, has given the man the nod, and it looks like he will be on the ballot for the seat in Baringo. It is now official. KANU chairman Gideon Moy will fly the independent party's flag in the November 27th by-election for the Baringo senatorial seat. And we'll look into the details of that story as we get into it. Gachagua denies 25 million shilling house claim. Somebody said he has an apartment somewhere. It's 25 million. I don't know what. Gachagua said, apartment, 25 million. Can never be me. Me.
Truthful man.
Me. Said never. It's not me. Gen Z is mobilized to build hospital that skipped voter registration drive. So they've come together, said we can build this hospital. But you know what? There's a drive for people to register to vote. I wish these things can happen together. Guys, register. It's one thing.
We can't say it enough.
Register. Go register to vote. Register to be a voter. Play that role. Do that thing.
Yeah.
Uhuru's return splits Jubilee and the nation. People are still whining that Uhuru came out and opened his mouth. Did he ever say that because he's left the presidency, he would never open his mouth again?
If anything, he said he has the right to speak.
I mean, for crying out loud. Now he has spoken and everybody, we've been talking about it for 7 days. We're still talking about it. Then one must wonder, if people are still talking about it and got their knickers in a twist, perhaps there is something that you're afraid of. But did I say that out loud? No. Okay. So we keep it moving. All right. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, so let's look at the Daily Nation. And the Daily Nation today looks at inside bungled hiring of 10,000 police officers. Remember, what have we just discovered? That the court has said it's now a what? 3-horse race. We are here. Now, a protracted power struggle between police chiefs and the National Police Service Commission linked to control over staffing and a 60 billion shillings payroll finally spilled into court, where a judge suspended recruitment of constables that was set to begin today. The bone of contention is whether the commission is mandated by the Constitution to recruit. And former retired Chief Justice David Maraga says, "This is my promise to change Kenya." I on State House. Former Chief Justice David Maraga, who shook the country with a landmark verdict nullifying the outcome of the presidential poll in 2017 yesterday, formally declared his bid for high office, anchoring his campaign on justice and fidelity to the Constitution.
Of course.
Yes. Now he joins many other leaders who said they also want to occupy the White House on the Hill. Interesting to see how this will progress, yeah?
For sure.
And court recalls ferry boss over 2019 Likoni tragedy. Now, a Mombasa court has issued fresh summons to a manager in charge of ferry operations over the accident that led to the death of a mother and her daughter. You remember that story?
Terrible.
And inheritance wars divide North Rifts with wealthy family. In the region, fortunes built over lifetimes are now tearing families apart as bitter fights erupt over disputed wills and fractured loyalties. One asks, why can't a family just agree on wealth that was built by one of their own? Why do you have to fight? Elections shocker for Kupet and Uasu bosses. The Registrar of Trade Unions order barring amended constitutions in next year's elections is a blow to senior officials of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers and the university's academic staff union, Uasu. We shall be looking deeper into those stories. And Ruto Moi clash looms in Baringo mini polls. So Gideon Moi, that is the KANU chairperson, just says has been released to go vie.
All right.
In Baringo County.
No, hala.
And the officers will be coming back home, seems like, from Haiti. And Kenya's year-long mission secured key sites but struggled with manpower funding, paving way for a UN-backed force. Now, when Kenya agreed to lead the United Nations-backed multinational security support mission in Haiti, the decision was billed as bold and historic. Now, Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says the officers might be returning back home after end of successful 12 duty.
Oh, it's successful. Okay, that's great. That's a good thing. Look, I'm going to applaud these gentlemen.
Yep.
It was not their gentlemen and few ladies. It was not their choice per se to be out there. But I think that they were able to do their job with valor. Take away all the political innuendo around it. But the gentlemen went. 3 unfortunately lost their lives. The rest of them, by the grace of God, will come back to Kenya and carry on their duties elsewhere. But in terms of what they were asked to do, they did it. And I believe that they did so with valor. And they're able to hold their heads up at one point in the history of their work, career, service. They did what they were called upon to do, and they served. So removing that unit from any kind of politics, any kind of global geopolitical issues, remove it from all of that and say, okay, guys, you were called to do something for that thing which you said you would deliver a life of service. They did. They did.
And if you look at it
simply
in terms of what the Kenyan police officers managed to do with the resources they had, they did a good job. If only others who promised to play their role met their end of the bargain, I'm pretty sure a lot would have been achieved. But to our officers, we salute you. Thank you for a job well done. And we welcome you back home, you know.
Indeed, the tour of duty was well done. Still on, okay.
So let's go to the Star.
Okay.
Question. Where is Raila?
What do you mean? Is he lost?
Hey, this is the question. Speculations rife that former Prime Minister taken ill, but close associates insist their party boss is in perfect condition. Well, justice delayed, burial denied. Tycoon's son still in morgue. The body of Luka Korir, the son of Eldoret Tycoon, has lain at the 10 County Referral Hospital mortuary for 9 months as his family remains locked in a bitter feud over where he should be buried.
Oh, for crying out loud. That's the issue?
Yeah.
Bury him here or not bury him here? My God, okay.
I know. MPs probe 34 acres prisons land owned by individuals. MPs are investigating how 34 acres belonging to Langata Women's Prison ended up in private hands. The National Assembly's Committee on Implementation wants to establish how the ownership transfer was executed. You want to tell me they don't know who transferred this land? This land belonged to the prisons, now is in the hands of a private individual. How?
Hamjui kabisa. Like a movie every day. Oh my God, I don't even know.
Yeah? Hawajui kabisa. Now, police hiring stopped. That as well has been covered by the Star. And the court denies MP Were murder suspects bail. Now, 3 suspects charged with the murder of Kasipul MP Charles Ongondo Were have been denied bail by High Court in Kibera, with the judge citing the risk of witness interference and the need to protect the public interest. And Matiang'i's options narrow as XCS faces brutal politics. Former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i is facing the toughest test of his political life despite his unveiling as the preferred candidate for the Jubilee Party in the 2027 elections.
Excuse me. Okay, fine, I understand. Thanks for... Why was the president crying yesterday?
I don't know. Okay. But I'm not surprised. He's always been doing that. It's not the first time. Could be the third time now?
It's possible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because I remember the first time when the ICC case happened at that time. Then the second time in that church when he won the presidency. I mean, a fourth time is a charm.
It's usually a third time, but okay, in this case, okay, maybe he was moved. I don't know. He was moved by, the clear show of excellence by some of Kenya's top ambassadors to the world, and this is the Kenya athletics team. So maybe it was seeing their effort shine through that was a sensitive moment for him, and that's what led to tears. Let's just go with that.
Let's just say the Kenyan flag this time round
it was an inspirational moment.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, because there are others who are disrespecting the flag. So when others carry that flag high and do a good thing with it, it touches you.
All right, all right. Okay, Sawa. We'll go.
But the president is an emotional man as well, so it's good.
Yeah, okay.
Men should cry as well.
I agree. Be in touch with your emotions.
Exactly.
So we're actually saying that he's emotionally mature man. That's good. Emotional intelligence is important.
Son.
So, people want to know about how these drugs came into Kenya in the first place. We'll look into some of those stories.
Look into it, yeah.
Let me look into it's carried on page 4 of the Standard. So, walk with me here. From a general outlook, nothing betrayed the quiet of Tuesday, May 13th, Tuesday night at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. This story is done by Francis Ontomwa. By all standards, it looked like an ordinary evening with families embracing at the departure halls, trolleys humming across polished floors, crowds moving with usual ease as vehicles snaked in and out of the terminals. It looked every bit the perfect, uneventful night at East Africa's busiest gateway. But it was not. Strategic airport cameras captured what the human eye could not, or perhaps chose not to see. Unknown to scores of travelers at the facility, quietly behind the scenes, something is cooking. One that would soon thrust Nairobi into the heart of an international drug scandal. A foreign national walked into Kenya's supposedly highly guarded international airport carrying a briefcase marked with Class A and B drugs, rather packed with Class A and B drugs that included cocaine worth millions of shillings. With surprising ease, he slipped through departures, carefully shepherded past security checks by airport officials, and within no time, he was airborne, bound for London aboard a British Airways flight to Heathrow. But the smooth run would end on arrival when the hawk-eyed Metropolitan Police Service pounced in an instant. The man was promptly arrested. The Standard Investigations Unit has obtained rare footage of how the operation was meticulously conducted, laying bare the mechanics of a trade many only whisper about, knowing how one of Africa's proudest airports has become a vulnerable crossroads in the international narcotics economy, aided by corrupt officials and compromised systems that give traffickers a free pass. So, the CCTV footage unravels a rare sequence that investigators now describe as a classic handoff used to move narcotics on international flights. And this is how it went down. 9:29 p.m., a man emerges from one of the terminals. He's easy to notice. He has dreadlocks and tucked under a beige cowboy hat, dressed in all black, pulling a suitcase with one hand while clutching a laptop in the other. On his shoulder is a black backpack. Beside him, he's a bald man, and seemingly composed, escorting him every step straight towards the check-in counters. The 28-year-old has been identified by investigators as Demata dos Santos. He was traveling on a British passport, and he's known to be of Brazilian origin. They moves so clearly through the airport. The flight left Nairobi at 23:10 hours from Terminal 1A and arrives at Heathrow at 6:22 hours at Terminal 5. What would unfold over the next hour at JKIA before departure can be described as a textbook case of how narcotics slip quietly through international airports under the nose of officials. I mean, the story goes on, and I'd urge you to get a copy of the Standard and read through this story. And also see, probably to be repeated on KTN at some point.
Yeah.
This man was escorted through, and I don't mean that somebody was walking by his side. I mean, the person who walked with him was there to ensure that nobody stopped him, number one, and that if anybody was to stop him, they would recognize him, the escort, as somebody who is in law enforcement, so they would not go near him. They get to the counters, and it's interesting because at that point, other people are being checked, and there's women behind the counters and they're checking. But suddenly, when he appears at the counter, remember the man who escorted him in has left by now. He's escorted to the counter, and suddenly the supervisor in that checking area asks the lady to move over because he was going to do the checking. The suitcase never made it to the top of the table. He finished, went out, boarded the plane and left. So if CCTV footage has captured all of this, then those individuals, you see all of them?
Yes,
inside
they're all
that
connected.
place, they're all connected to this thing.
Yeah.
Because essentially what you were going to confirm, and then even before that, when this escort had left him at the door, some other guy came looking around for him. They met each other and told him, this is where you come now, because all of the groundwork had already been done.
Yeah.
For this easy passage out of the airport. So now, what reputation now does Nairobi have for aiding and abetting in these things? How many of them have been let go or let through in that manner?
Remember what has happened before on the Kenyan ladies who've been taken advantage of and have been arrested in several countries, having had drugs on them. You know, the story of the lady in Vietnam who was to be hung.
Yes.
You know, we also have the other lady who was arrested in some other country as well. And you look at the pattern, and what this would do to internationally is every person who's leaving Nairobi will have to go extra security checks, because then Nairobi is seen as a point of departure for international narcotics business.
That's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah. Everybody then is going to be held to stricter searches, especially coming out of Nairobi. And not just that, but at your point of your destination, for you to disembark the aircraft and then go through immigration, they will ask you, where are you coming from?
Yes.
They will see, of course, where you're coming from. And based on that now, the security checks will even be more rigorous.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
Yes.
I am telling you that's what's going to happen now.
Yeah.
You've seen it before, it's going to happen again.
Because remember, when you talk about security checks in Nairobi, so you start with the dogs, you go through the first screening, then you go to immigration. Then from immigration, because you have the hand luggage,
you go through another one.
You go through a second security check, which is an X-ray again, to confirm that what you have is safe to be on board a plane. Now, all this didn't happen for this individual. What exactly do you think anyone who's now flying to Heathrow, what will they think of anyone who's coming from Nairobi?
You are coming with drugs.
Extra security checks.
Yes, that's it.
So it's the little thing that people don't think of, but look at the reputation that leaves a country in.
They never thought they would be caught.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That and so now with the fear that you could be caught, then perhaps people will be a lot more careful or will try to stop. But the truth of the matter that it doesn't paint a good picture for Kenya.
It doesn't.
It really doesn't. It doesn't paint a good picture at all. And if there's more where this came from, you can just imagine what the public outcry is.
And you see, another question that has been asked, I think it's Don Sabwa, no, it's Mtuflani who just asked another difficult question. And how did cocaines get into Kenya to start with?
So, that's a good question. And where was it coming from?
Yes.
You'd be very surprised the routes that these people take to move so that you can hope a trail will go cold.
Yeah.
That you'll find that very possibly that they've traveled the world to try and make it to London.
Yeah.
That they've come from South America, gone round. It would be interesting to trace his particular flight plan. And I'm sure the Met Police have already done that in terms of, okay, so he's coming through Nairobi. He's not coming from Nairobi.
Yeah.
Where did he come from before that? Because he did come to Nairobi earlier on in the year, but he left.
Yeah.
Where did he go? Where was he coming from? He passed through Nairobi to kind of let the trail go cold. We've read stuff like this. This is what they do.
Yeah.
That's why Nairobi is known as a transit hub for a lot of this drug movement. But where are they coming from?
Yeah, so question is, did he get the drugs here?
I doubt it.
Did he come with it from elsewhere?
Probably.
And if it's from another country, that would have meant as well security checks, perhaps the people as well from those countries who allowed him to pass with the drugs into the country. So there is a lot.
It's a very, very layered.
Yeah.
It's very layered. But, you know, these are the stories that we used to hear when we were, you know, kids in the 90s, because it was big time. And the surveillance that you see today is not now. So, for goodness sake, this is a big deal.
It is a big deal.
All right.
Yeah, so there's this story. You remember the auditor, the whistleblower at Shah, the one who was sent packing?
Yes.
Yes? So there's a story on page 3 of the Daily Nation, and accountants now are pushing for whistleblower laws after Shah auditor's removal. Now, accountants have called for the enactment of whistleblower protection laws to safeguard individuals such as Social Health Authority auditor Andrew Rotich, who lost his deputy director position despite exposing a medical billing fraud scheme that led to the closure of 1,300 health facilities. Now, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya argues that the removal of Mr. Rotich and 2 other deputy directors is malicious and risks discouraging accountants and auditors from exposing fraud and theft in state institutions. Now, the protest over Mr. Rotich's ouster came as detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations confirmed they have set a 2-month deadline to complete probe into the dossier on the fraud which the Shah auditor helped unearth.
So hold on. He people who whistleblowers, they blow the whistle.
They blow the
okay.
whistle, yes.
I was gonna say, what do they do?
Pretty much open the can of worms.
Right. So he blew the whistle. They fire him. Now they're saying, actually, you know what? He's got some information that we want to then be able to use to find out what's going on.
Yeah.
But you fired him.
But
now you want to use him.
Yeah, so the DCI wants to use his information to conduct the investigation to get to the bottom of the matter, where 1,300 hospitals, remember, have been shut down because he whistle-blew this. But remember, he has been sent packing by Shah. You know, so
I help you.
You know, but as brings us to the question, this is an individual who had the nation's best interest at heart.
Yes.
He blew up the whistle on a problem that is affecting Kenyans, and many Kenyans are unable to get quality healthcare. So he comes out to save face for the government, the ministry, and help Kenyans. But this is the guy that is sent packing. Should he be the one who actually should be given the position of CEO to run Shah?
Me. I heard.
Unarudishiwa kazi yako.
You realize after you've sent me packing, you've sacked me. That's when you realize, actually, wait a minute, that guy is onto something.
Yeah.
Let's use him. Hutanitumia kama sabuni. Imagine you will not. First of all, let's discuss how you got rid of me and the reasons as to why you sacked me. And then perhaps now is when you're realizing, actually, you know what? I don't care if it's DCI or I don't care who it is.
Yeah.
Suddenly you realize that there's something that I could use. I don't blame the DCI here.
Yeah.
They're doing the investigations.
They're doing the investigations, yeah.
But obviously, they've realized that he's onto something. Lawyer up if I were him, but I'm just saying. Okay, let me tell you this story about the socialite. Her name is Starlet Wahoo. A suspected murder weapon, used condom, HIV test kits, bloodstains, and a passport were tabled in Milimani High Court yesterday as the prosecution built a case against the prime suspect in the murder of socialite Starlet Wahoo. The images presented by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations laid bare the grisly details of the crime scene inside a South B apartment where Wahoo's body was discovered on the 4th of January last year. Police Constable Alan Joka described the scene from room Y32 at the Papino Apartments, narrating how a security guard saw John Matara, the man who had hired it, leave in a blood-soaked towel. I recorded a used condom, the pack that held it, a knife suspected to be the murder weapon hidden behind the sofa, a handbag, a passport belonging to Wahoo, HIV test kits, and a mobile phone, Joka told Justice Alexander Muteti. The officer also presented 3 photos depicting the deceased body in a pool of blood. Photos 12 and 13 show close-up views of the face of the deceased, exposing injuries on the forehead and left ear. 15 is a close-up of the right leg showing a deep stab wound on the thigh. The injury was significant. Other images captured smeared blood on the bedroom walls and the sitting room, a blood-stained tissue and the personal belongings of the deceased. Rahma Abdul Mudhoni, a receptionist at the South B Hospital, narrated how Matara sought medical treatment on the same night. At around 10 p.m., an injured man came wrapped in a white towel soaked in blood. He himself was bleeding from his arms and his legs. The man identified himself as Frederick Opondo, aged 36. He was kind of rude, Rabina said.
Yeah.
The nurse asked him about his relatives, but he said he had none nearby and that he does not have a wife. Matara claims he had been attacked by thugs and rescued by Boda riders. He paid 2,000 shillings in blood-stained cash, and the balance of 500 was settled via M-Pesa by a man named Anthony. The doctor referred Matara to the Mbagathi hospital due to the severity of his wounds. Former government pathologist Peter Ndegwa confirmed that the 24-year-old socialite died from excessive bleeding caused by a deep stab wound on her right thigh. The deceased had 10 fingernail markings on her neck, bruises on her face, and a penetrating stab wound on her thigh. So this case is being heard at the moment, and even as witnesses come forth to say what they know. The case was adjourned with 4 more witnesses expected. So everybody right now is witness testimony that's going on right now. And the suspect remains one John Matara. In this case, it just seems like so much was going on, and all of this information is then being reported. If the information is gathered well and the investigations are done, usually you can piece these things together. And I mean, look, I keep saying that Kenya's DCI, actually, they do know their stuff.
They do know their stuff,
and give them an opportunity to work. They will work.
Yeah, I think this is one of those cases that Kenyans are really interested in, because remember the femicide cases that we've continued to record in the country, and I think this is one that DCI wants to show that they are on top of things, that they can trace it back and bring people to justice. And I think it's a step in the right direction, knowing that you will not always walk scot-free, that the eyes of the DCI will always find you in one way or the other. Now, there's a problem in the opposition.
Oh no.
The official opposition.
Why?
Why opposition is suspicious of one? Jeremiah Kioni. As battle lines sharpen ahead of 2027 election, Kenya's opposition finds itself consumed by internal suspicions. Now, at the heart of the storm stands Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni, a man who helped steer the former President Uhuru Kenyatta's party through his post-presidency turbulence. But now, Mr. Kioni faces allegations that cut to the core of opposition unity. Is he safeguarding the movement or advancing Mr. Kenyatta's agenda to have former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i as the opposition's flag bearer in 2027. Now, in the initial stages of the formation of the opposition team, bringing together former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, Eugene Wamalwa of DAP-K, People's Liberation Party Martha Karua, and Democratic Party's Justin Muturi, Mr. Kioni was Jubilee's representative at the negotiations table. Months later, Jubilee National Chairperson Torome Saitoti stepped in as Mr. Kioni gradually faded from the scene. Question is the united opposition really united?
It's not. It's very clear. Whether there are cracks that have been there for a while, or whether just over this weekend somebody said something that got somebody sour-faced, lemon-faced, we don't know. But if the point was to present a united opposition so that you had somebody to counter who will most likely be the incumbent, President William Ruto, it is failing miserably because, and I keep saying, there is no smoke without fire. Even if they have dark billows of smoke and you cannot see the red flame, at some point, heat struck tinder and there was fire. There is something going on, and this is how people just look at, you see, those ones are running a race with us. And their whole team, their whole house is already on fire. Boss, that works in the advantage of anybody else who's on the other side. You want to present a united front, somebody doesn't like the other, others think this one is a bully, this one says that he's speaking or not speaking. The person who is now supposedly fighting against you is just looking and rubbing their hands and saying,
that's exactly where I want them.
Exactly where I want these guys.
The thing is, as you look at these united opposition, you look at every party has their own presidential candidate and have their own NDCs. But it's sad that when one of their own has their NDC and the leader of the party speaks, it becomes a problem for the rest. Why?
You have to ask. You have to ask. Well, it's going to be very interesting.
Interesting.
Yes, because in the next few days, you never know what is actually going to happen.
Yeah.
But such is the life of politics. 24 hours could be like 1,000 days, and 1,000 days could be like one in politics.
Yeah.
So it's all a watch and see what then is going to happen. All right, so our conversations continue this morning. We're looking into stories that made the headlines today, and of course we make reference to them in other things that we discussed this morning. Coming in, when we take a look at the news with one Mr. Lesamira, we're going to talk with the folks from Kiambu. Paid or not paid? That is the question. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
The police recruitment exercise that was to commence today has been postponed until further notice, a day after the Employment and Labour Relations Court suspended the process pending the determination of a petition challenging its legality. In a statement on Thursday, National Police Service spokesman Mushiri Nyaga said the service was exploring appropriate legal remedies to ensure the recruitment exercise can resume at the earliest opportunity. At the same time, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen expressed optimism that the matter would be resolved quickly. Murkomen appealed to the judiciary to lift a court order that halted the process, stressing that the country urgently needs more officers to safeguard its security.
One of the judges has given an order to stop the recruitment process. I believe that will be sorted. I wish I would call the judge directly. I wish I would be allowed to call the judge directly to understand the consequence of a court order stopping recruitment of police that has never happened for the last 4 years, and how it is very critical for the safety of our country to recruit those police officers urgently, not just because of anything else, to secure our borders, because there are many police officers who have retired, some have passed on, and we need to replace and to bring energetic police officers who will be trained on time to even help us support the next election.
Nairobi residents in several parts of the city will experience a temporary water supply interruption this weekend, the Nairobi City Water and Sewage Company has announced. In a statement, the company said the disruption, which will run from today to tomorrow at 8 a.m., is to facilitate the interconnection of the Kigoro-Kigiri-Kabete water pipeline at the Gigiri pumping station and reservoirs. The affected areas cut across large sections of Nairobi, including Westlands, Lavington, the University of Nairobi, Valley Road, Ngong Road and Upper Hill, among other areas. The Nairobi County government says it has paid July and August salaries for health workers, a day after they marched to City Hall demanding their 3-month salary arrears. The only pending amounts are the third-party deductions for August and the full September salary. Charles Kerich, the finance CEC, said in a statement on Thursday. Kerich added that the county will clear the outstanding payments once the National Treasury releases the September equitable share allocation in the first week of October. Hundreds of workers drawn from 7 health unions chanted anti-Johnson Sakaja slogans as they gathered at City Hall, accusing the governor of violating previous agreements.
Imagine living in Nairobi without being paid 3 months' salary. You have school fees to pay, you have to transport yourself to work. It's not like we walk to work. There are so many things which Nairobi County, unfortunately, has not kept the side of its commitment. We went on strike and we signed a return to work formula, and they have not implemented nothing. Nurses went on strike, they signed return to work formula, and they have implemented nothing.
When you are in Nairobi, you are supposed to pay your bills. Some of us are not paying their rent. Some of us even don't have food to eat. We cannot commute to work. We don't have a medical cover. So meaning our defendants today, they get sick, but here we are pretending that we are attending other Nairobians. Yes, so we are giving services that we ourselves cannot get. And enough is enough.
Thousands of people in Madagascar have taken to the streets in different parts of the country for the past week in the largest wave of protests the Indian Ocean island nation has witnessed in more than 15 years. What began as anger over shortages of basic necessities has rapidly escalated into one of the most serious challenges facing President Andry Rajoelina, who's been in power for the second time since 2018. On Monday, in response, he sacked his government, but that did not placate the protesters. At least 22 people have been killed and more than 100 others injured in the unrest, according to the UN, although the Malagasy government has dismissed those figures and described them as based on rumors and misinformation. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, good morning once again, and you're tuned into Kenya's biggest conversation on this Friday, the 3rd of October. It's the final show for this week, and even as we get into some things today, we're getting into it proper. We'll have some of those. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Our audience on KTN. We continue this show wherever you're tuned in around the city, through the nation, the region, and the world. This is the Situation Room. Ndu and Dennis with you this morning. And as we get into it, our guests for the next couple of hours are here for us to then really interrogate what's been going on and to see how we can get some answers getting into the end of it. Dr. Bill Morioki is the KMPDU Regional Secretary, Central Kenya. He's here with us once again this morning. Good morning, Daktari.
Morning, Ndu.
How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Karibu sana.
Santi.
We're also joined by Dr. Patrick Nyaga, who is the Chief Officer, Health Services, Kiambu County, and he also joins us this morning. Good morning, Daktari.
Morning to you.
How are you?
Very fine.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Thank you for being here this morning. We're going to look into a number of issues today. Kiambu's healthcare crisis status, newborn dream deaths amid health workers strike. So many things going on at the same time. Let's look for some solutions this morning, gentlemen. But before we do that, Dennis, we'll talk to you about Comoros.
In Comoros, a country that borders Madagascar, Mozambique, and the Indian Ocean, a population of around 900,000 people. The economy is pushed by fishing, tourism, and remittances from the citizens who live outside the country. Also considered to be one of the poorest countries, yet they're surrounded by the ocean, and one would hope that they would have a lot of resources in it. But that's the situation. But the proverb they're giving us today, words are like spears. Once released, they cannot return. Words are like spears. Once released, they cannot return. Dr. Patrick, how would you interpret that?
Thank you very much. First, thank you for having us, and happy to be here. I would like to say that, those are words of wisdom, and calls for us to be careful with what we say, because words being like weapons, they can cause a lot of damage. Words being used as bricks can build very strong foundations. Choices depends on what you choose to use the words with.
All right. Dr. Bill, how would you interpret that?
Thank you, Dennis. I think similar to what my senior here said, sometimes there are things you can say, and maybe you say them in the heat of the moment, but then how they make the other person feel, as they usually say in life, people can forget what you say, they can forget what you did, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. So you really need to be careful with how you make people feel, and words are a big part of how you make people feel.
For sure. Okay. So let's get into this conversation, shall we? 127 now, 128 days. There's been a healthcare workers' strike in Kiambu County. Medical doctors, nurses, clinical officers have not been at work in Kiambu County. Am I getting it right so far? No, just doctors. Just doctors, not at work in hospitals.
For now.
For now. So doctors for 127, today now being day 128, have not been at work, citing a number of things. So maybe we start with you, Dr. Morioki. We had this conversation with you previously where we talked about the reasons why doctors are not there in hospitals across the county. Are the reasons still the same? And have things changed?
I think the reasons are still the same. It's still the same strike. It's still the same issues that forced doctors to go on strike. Issues that stem back from as far as 2024. Are things the same? No. I think we are now getting to the point where the county's attempt to cover up the mess that is there currently is getting to the point where it no longer can be covered up. In medicine, we usually say if you try to cover an abscess, a wound with a pus, you can change the dressings, you can make it look really neat, but then with time, the pus has to come out. So I think that's why we're even back here. I think the crisis itself has pronounced itself. Yeah. So I think that's what really has changed, not the issues. It's just now it's quite evident for anybody with two eyes to see what's really happening.
So from what you say is that things have gotten worse.
Things were already bad. I think the difference now is it's clear for everybody to see. I think for a long time, the county government's focus was the messaging around it, the publicity around it. They really focused a lot on making sure it's not in the media. But once people start dying, unfortunately, and you'll know this, people don't die in silence. Everybody here on earth is loved by people, is part of a community, is part of a family. So once those numbers get to a certain point, one family can mourn in relative silence, but a community cannot mourn in silence. So I think now we are at a point where what is even in the papers is not to do with the strike, it's to do with what is exactly happening on the ground.
Okay. Dr. Ndagwa, from where you are with county, what has been the reason from your collective perspective as to why doctors in Kiambu County have been on strike and for so long?
Thank you. First, I want to take a moment back and correct some few misconceptions. First misconception is that doctors in Kiambu are not working.
Okay.
That is a misconception that has been drawn by the union in the public arena. As doctors, even the doctors who are members of the union rarely appear in the public arena to explain medical terms and practices. But the politicization of healthcare has brought us here. I want to say that doctors in Kiambu are working.
Okay.
The difference is how many doctors are on the duty. Not all doctors are working, but a sizable proportion of doctors are working.
Okay.
Our hospitals are operational. All of them, not a single hospital is closed. All the services are going on.
Okay, so if you were to walk into any hospital in Kiambu today, you would find the doctors, you would find doctors on duty?
Anytime.
Okay.
With 24 hours.
Okay.
For those who operate 24 hours, they operate in 24 hours. For those who operate 8 to 5, they operate 8 to 5.
Okay.
Now, there is this crisis that exists in the mind of KMPDU and its supporters. We do not have a crisis. We have a dispute with KMPDU, but they're escalating it to a crisis. My colleague has said it very rightly, that people don't mourn in silence, and I agree with him. I have been in practice for many years, 25 years. I was in this same seat during COVID. I led the teams of COVID combat in Kiambu. We had deaths. We had a troubled time. We had a crisis. But that's not what we have today. Let me say it this way. If, for sure, a village lost 20 babies, there will be hue and cry in churches, there will be hue and cry in villages, there will be hue and cry in the hospitals, there will be hue and cry in families. You will not need to be given statistics by doctors to know there's a problem. The community would have said it. We have not had a community perspective where you're saying, like I can give you examples during COVID in this and this villages, we had 11 burials within 7 days. But this crisis that they are trying to escalate so that they can achieve their union targets. You try to create a crisis in the workplace so that you can achieve union targets. Now, the place where they used to work, those who left, some left, some remained, some came back. That's the situation.
Okay.
And in that situation, we had mitigation measures. So we had a dispute. It has taken a little longer to resolve. However, the government took measures to ensure that services are not disrupted.
Which disputes are these that you're talking about that is in Kiambu County, and what stops the county government from handling this dispute with the union?
Let me tell you, my friend, in every dispute, it takes two to tango. And just like in marriage, there are 50-50 responsibilities. You, as spouse in the marriage, you have a dispute with your spouse. Even if you put your 100% effort to solving it, it can only give you 50% achievement. If your spouse also needs to put in 100% effort so that you get another 50%, or even 2%, then you get 52%. So I want to say this, that in all ways, the county government has two roles here. One is to keep the services running, which you've done very well. The other one is to solve the crisis. To solve the dispute with KMPDU. We have put our 100% effort, and that is the maximum we can do.
Which disputes are these?
The dispute is simple. That the union came up with a demand and gave us 10 grievances as representative of workers, we have this problem. They listed them 1 to 10. We said, as equal partners, let's talk. Before you could even get to the negotiation table, they withdrew the workers. Some workers left, others remained. Then we realized, oh gosh, we got a problem here. So we got other workers to continue the work. Okay?
From where? From where?
Running.
From where? Where did this happen?
Before this issue was escalated to a dispute, we had been having discussions. We have also been doing our own assessments. We had plans to hire workers. Back in the month of October, November, January, we had done quite a number of advertisements. There was a process that was going on for hiring. It was at the last stage by the time they pulled out the workers. So we just concluded our process.
All right. Let's go in stages here.
Yeah.
So let's come back to you, Dr. Morioki. So there's a number of things that's been said here by Dr. Ndegwa. First of all, that this list of grievances, from before that, it seems as though you were working well with each other, and then that you came up with a list of grievances. I'm just repeating this from what he said and from what Dr. Ndegwa has said. It seems as though KMPDU needs to meet a quota or a goal of enough noise making and to make it seem as though you've agitated, which is part of your KPIs, as it were. And so that's what needs to happen. And that doctors are at work. Doctors are working in hospital. If I were to go to hospitals in Kiambu this morning or yesterday, that there are doctors at work and that there are no issues. This is what he's saying. So where is this coming from, Dr. Morioki?
I've always heard people say artists work best in the early morning hours because that's when your imagination can be as fertile as possible. And I can see my senior colleague here has come with a very fertile imagination of how things are very rosy. But it's because he's my senior colleague. I don't want to put this conversation and everybody watching at home trying to assess, do they need to believe him? Do they need to believe me? I just want to use logic. Now, there are several things that you would know if everything is okay in Kiambu. Number one, there are independent institutional bodies. Number one, let's pick a university like Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University is a university in its own right. It uses the hospitals of Kiambu level 5, Gatundu level 5 to teach its students, lecturers and students. During this strike, they have stopped that MOU with Kiambu because there's nothing happening. Students can't learn if there are no patients, there are no procedures. They have now moved to KUTRH. So if everything was okay and as rosy, Kenyatta University would have no reason to do that. Let's go to another institution, COSEXA. COSEXA is the largest training program for surgeons in East Central and Southern Africa. During this strike, because there's nothing happening in theaters and cases, they've also stopped training in Kiambu. Let's go to Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health is a ministry that is mandated to overlook implementation of policy at a health level. The Ministry of Health sends interns to Kiambu. In the month of July, it sent almost 700 interns. After a few months, it has looked at the situation on the ground, Dennis, and just said, you know what? Come back to the ministry, we send you elsewhere. There's nothing you're doing there. There's no learning. So you don't need to believe me as Dr. Morioki, but I want to know, Kenyatta University can be wrong, COSEXA can be wrong, Ministry of Health can be wrong. Let's look at even the deaths that are being reported by the hospital. He said there are doctors' numbers. Doctors, we don't keep numbers, statistics, hospitals do. If you see your sister paper, Daily Nation, publish those numbers on the front page. This is a reputable organization with big law, with big legal advice. They would not publish something they cannot verify. In fact, today, I'm sure you'll be aware that Standard has actually found the mothers of these babies who died, and they're going to publish their stories. So, are also these people also imagining all these things that are not happening on the ground? And in fact, something very interesting happened yesterday, the governor wanted to prove this debate. Is anything happening? So he said, you know what, I'll go with a media station called Kameme to the hospitals, and we will do an interview, a walkthrough, we show people. And they bought lots of fruits and spent the whole night cleaning the place. And then in the morning, they realized they have a big problem on their hands because, you can invent stories, but you can't invent patients. I mean, even the Chinese don't have that technology. So so they had to cancel the trip last minute because surely...
And this is for what was going to happen?
Tomorrow, yesterday, on Thursday, the governor was supposed to go to Kiambu Level 5 with Kameme and the whole team. So eventually he had to cancel it, and they sent a few people to do a show in studio somewhere to say things are happening. But eventually... all I want to say, because I don't want to get into a debate where I have to try and convince people. I think the best thing I'd ever just say is use your own two eyes. Just take a walk. Every media station, every media company that has gone to those hospitals, check any report. There's nothing happening.
Dr. You've been accused by Patrick that the union and the county government were having discussions, that there were plans to hire new doctors, and it is at the tail end of the discussions that you withdrew the services. That
not even at the tail end, even before they had a discussion.
Before they even had a discussion.
Yeah.
That we have a problem where it is... healthcare in the county has been politicized by KMPDU because there are quotas that you have to achieve. Is that true? And if so, who is pushing the agenda?
Now, the thing is, the county government in Kiambu doesn't even have a problem with KMPDU. It has a problem with all unions, all healthcare workers, and actually all its workers. Even as we speak today, they haven't paid salaries for August. All the other unions on Tuesday actually say that this coming week, if the salaries are not paid, I think they want to start quickly trying to pay them from today. But we're talking about August salaries. Today we are in October. They are going to issue a strike notice. So it's not even an issue of KMPDU and having an agenda. But having said that, we've been having a very difficult relationship with the county. And we've really tried our best. And as I say, this issue started in in May last year, 2024. We had that document. We took it to court, an agreement. That agreement was not implemented. They took us round in circles. Nothing was done. Now, in October, we declare a dispute with the Ministry of Labour. We tell them, listen, come. These people are difficult. Help us talk to them. The conciliation meetings that were called, they never showed up. That is October last year. Then we come to this year. We issue a 21-day strike notice. And do 21 days are 14 days more than what even the law requires. And it's because we knew we have so many issues, we might need a bit more time. Right. The county government did absolutely nothing. Completely nothing. What they wanted to do was to wait for the day before the strike to rush to court, to try and make the strike illegal so that you're compelled to go to work. And that's why actually when we went to court, when they went to court, the court told them, you know what, that strike is legal. Let them just go on strike. Because there's no other avenue. When we talk, you're not listening. When we call for meetings, you're not attending. When the Ministry of Labour tries to bring us together, you're not showing up. When we give you a strike notice, you're not even calling for a meeting. So the courts just say...
The MOU that you had was supposed to be implemented between what period?
It was supposed to... There were issues that were staggered with timelines, but the longest timeline was 90 days from May, which was supposed to end, if I'm not wrong, at the end of September.
This year?
The last year.
Last year.
Yeah, and on that last day, we had a meeting with them. And in the morning, they just cancelled the meeting. So even as he talks about there were plans and they were going to do this, these are the typical stories of, oh, don't worry, we have plans. And that's what brings us here.
Was there a conversation, Dr. Ndegwa? I mean, the things that he said here, the things that Dr. Morioki has said here, we're calling in several different institutions. Kenyatta University, renowned, it's KUT, RRH, the Ministry of Health, Kekoksa, everybody coming in here to say, okay, we have a problem. It looks as though there is a conversation, at the very least, a conversation was being had that was then, stopped in its tracks. Is that the case? Was there it sounds as though, even if in the very rudimentary of ways, there was something happening or not happening in this case. What really is the issue?
Thank you. First, I'm Dr. Nyaga.
Sorry, Dr. Nyaga.
The second thing is, I've talked about KMPDU and narratives. KMPDU are very good at spinning narratives. I think they have a hub for that. Because we've had, even when you're younger, we had stories of this kid who will go to a neighborhood, climb a tree and cry wolf, and the villagers will come. They will look for the wolf, there's no wolf. Run again, go up a tree, cry wolf. And the village kept on running. Then take that scenario and say, on the fourth tree, the kid will say, there's a problem because people have been running around.
Mm-hmm.
That is a kind of a narrative that's being created here. The first thing is KUTRH had a dispute with KU, Kenyatta University.
Okay.
That has been going on for a very long time about use of Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. This dispute has gone to Parliament. It has gone everywhere. KUTRH and KU had a dispute.
So their dispute has nothing to do with the Kiambu County.
While that dispute was going on, they were using Kiambu Level 5 Hospital to teach their students because the programs must continue learning as they sort out their dispute. Recently, that dispute was sorted, and KUTRH accepted to take students from KU. And so they moved their students from Kiambu to KUTRH. It had nothing to do with a dispute or training in Kiambu Level 5.
So why would they move students from Kiambu County if it had nothing to do with the county?
This is what I'm saying, that originally their plan, when they were doing their medical school, was to have a university teaching site and a university teaching hospital.
Okay.
The two went on together until the university teaching hospital was not complete by the time the registration of students was done. So they had to get a stopgap measure. What was that? Approach Kiambu Level 5 Hospital, which is next door, and take the hospital, the students to the hospitals meanwhile. And that one we wrote an MOU with them, and we have done that for close to 7 years. Meanwhile, when the KUTRH project had stalled, it was taken over by the ministry and it completed. The new management of KUTRH said now this is a ministry hospital, it's not a university hospital, and there arose a dispute. So we kept their students for longer as they were sorting out that dispute between them. And recently, after several years, going to Parliament, to Senate, to dispute resolution, it was agreed. Let the university use the teaching hospital. And the logical thing to do was to draw the students from where they were temporarily. So this narrative now, this is where I'm talking about KMPDU creating a narrative. They look at that happening and start saying, look, the students have gone. It's because of today.
Because of what?
It's because of Kiambu County. Let me tell you, we have students from JKUAT. We have students from MKU. We had students from KU. We have students from Tangaza University. We have students from all these universities. The point is the withdrawal of students from Kiambu Level 5 Hospital had nothing to do with Kiambu Level 5 Hospital.
Okay,
that is number one. Let's go to the next one.
Okay.
Independent bodies. COSEXA. The director of programs, COSEXA, is a leader in KMPDU. He is one of those gentlemen who we've been negotiating with. I don't have permission to mention his name on here. I want to respect his private, whatever, he's a good friend of mine. He, illegally so, and this is something that we will deal with at another time, illegally so, wrote a letter on his own volition after a meeting with KMPDU and instructed students to get out of Kiambu hospitals. The students were going on for 3 months while we are negotiating with KMPDU. One negotiator in that team who was representing KMPDU in the negotiation happens to be the director of programs at COSEXA.
Okay.
And that director of programs has a written letter, which I will produce at another time, instructing students to stop learning and go wait for KMPD. And we asked, what's the relationship? So you do not write to students, tell them go out, then point a finger, creating narratives. Then let's go to this other one, Ministry of Health. We have written seriously to the Ministry of Health because what has happened in Kiambu has never happened anywhere in the history. It is both illegal and unconstitutional because the Secretary General of KMPDU wrote a letter to the interns in Kiambu instructing them to go to the ministry and get redeployments. Now, let's get this into perspective, that the internship program is a mandate of the national government. However, it is run in the county government. It's a collaborative affair
between the Ministry of Health
and the county.
Okay.
The regulator is Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council.
Council, not the union.
Not the union.
Okay.
In the three tripartite bodies in this relationship, KMPDU has no role. Okay? KMPDU is a labor union. It takes care of welfare issues, not training issues. But because doctors are members, and because KMPDU took part in fighting for that internship, they have some influence with the interns. So they use this influence to pull out and create a crisis in Kiambu.
Okay.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. This one is very important. Before the narrative takes another angle. We have letters from the interns requesting not to be moved. They have been taken to the ministry by the interns themselves. The ministry has not responded. We have written to the ministry asking, why did you withdraw there? In the normal circumstances, where there is a problem in an internship program, there are two remedies. Number one, the intern themselves report we have a problem. They report to the KMPDC. KMPDC calls or visits the area where there's a problem. If there's no resolution, the intern is moved out. KMPDC has never written to us. KMPDC has never visited us. The ministry has never written to us on a problem. It has never visited us. KMPDU wrote a letter on Sunday night after we had a meeting with interns on Friday, redistributing the interns for their second rotation, and said, for us to show like there's a problem, these interns, our friends, they have to come out. That letter is circulated. It's signed by the Secretary General, Dr. Davuj. It's not signed by any official of the three. So you see the three issues are created to create a narrative. And so he comes in here and says, look, these are independent. These are not independent. These are actions related to KMPDU escalating the dispute. And that is the truth as it is. Now, let me talk about Kameme. Because when you believe in a fable, you can always get evidence for it.
Okay.
We have a dispute with MPDU, which has been politicized. And the people take their healthcare very centrally. We also focus on healthcare very centrally. When there was a lot of misinformation out there, there was a real danger that people might believe the misinformation and stop coming to hospitals. Now that creates a real problem because people who are sick and are not coming to hospital are a real nightmare. People who are sick and are coming to hospital are already, there's a solution. So we were worried that people might stop or slow down because of the misinformation out there. So what we do, we look for an avenue to communicate to the people that those stories we are hearing are about another dispute. They are not about healthcare services.
But Daktari, one would argue that the best communication for any institution would be if services are there, people will just walk in and seek services. So you don't have to go to a media house to communicate that hospitals are working. Kenyans themselves will tell you that services are there and you're being attended to.
I agree with you entirely.
Then why do you have to go to a media house to say that a hospital is working, if at all it is working?
Now look at it this way, my friend. The hospital is working, and I can give you numbers. And you can also go to the website of the Ministry of Health, see the number of patients seen. You can come to the hospital and see the patients. And I can invite you, even after this show, we go with you. I've not prepared for that. But you can always go there. You can send a patient. I can tell you, in the last 1 month, Kiambu Hospital has had more than 500 births. Who are those? What was going on? The problem is, if somebody is on the crossroads saying the work is not going on, it will only take information to the people who are not sick to take decision when they get sick. So the patients themselves know that it's working. They are coming, they are getting care. But the ones who are not sick need to know when you get sick, the hospital is working. Otherwise, you deal with those who are in the hospital, they get well, they get out. The ones who are out there don't come. Then, yes, you have a crisis. The point is that's a crisis they are trying to create. And we have to communicate to the normal people also.
Okay.
And we went out to the normal people.
What?
And we called them. And we had patients talking. We had cameras in the wards. We have babies walking around. We showed you that this thing is working. So that misinformation, and in the nature of politics, propaganda flows before the truth.
Well, let's look at this issue, because there seems to be many fires burning at the same time, and that there wouldn't be attention given to it from any side if there wasn't actually an issue. That there's too much going on for it to be about nothing. So, Dr. Morioki, Dr. Nyaga has said some very interesting things this morning, and he's
creative.
And he said that all of these things are happening independently of each other and have nothing to do with Kiambu, but somehow Kiambu is involved and at the county level.
I think I need to clarify that.
Is it?
What I said, Chief, is that these things are related, are created
by KMPDU
to escalate a dispute that we have with KMPDU.
Okay, so we'll come back to what
we have a dispute with KMPDU,
we'll come back
but
to
they're
the
escalating
dispute.
it in things that are not related.
We'll come back to the dispute, because that's at the heart of the matter here, and that's what's causing all of these things.
Exactly.
Because there is a problem. We can't run away from that. And we know that there are doctors who are not at hospitals. There are doctors who are not working at hospitals. So whatever happens, it has depressed the situation of healthcare in Kiambu County. We can't run away from that reality. So, Dr. Morioki.
In fact, as he speaks, for anybody who's ever been in a very toxic relationship, you get into this cycle where your partner admits things are bad, but somehow it's not their fault. Oh, KU, it has nothing to do with us. Oh, MOH, it has nothing to do with us. Oh, COSEXA, it has nothing to do with us. But in itself, he is admitting these things are going wrong. It's just that what we are lacking is accountability. He is honest, just not accountable. Now, I'll just respond to the issue you're saying about interns. Our National General Secretary, Dr. Davji, wrote a letter to our interns. Our interns are members of the union to go collect the letters. But the letter is written by Ministry of Health. And because I knew...
Not Dr. Teller.
Can you produce a letter?
The good thing, we've been in these negotiations for so long that I know what the chief was saying. So today, I came with a letter. This is an example of a letter. And this is a Ministry of Health letter.
So the one that Davji signed.
You said there's no letter.
The one that
I think I'll just put this on the table, and Dennis, you can look at it. It's a letter from the Ministry of Health, and if you look, and you can read for people at home, it basically just, maybe you can just say what it says.
So the letter says, Medical Superintendent Naivasha Sub-County Referral Hospital, variation of internship center for medical officers, interns. The internship center for the following medical officer interns have been varied as follows. The interns are expected to report from 6th October 2025 and not later than 15th October 2025. You are therefore requested to inform us when the interns reports to facilitate our further necessary action. Kezian Jonjo for Principal Secretary, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Health.
Exactly. So
this letter comes from the ministry?
The ministry. So interns are not posted by the union. They are not under the union. The letter is referring to was our union Secretary
on
General
this letter? Okay.
acting on this letter.
Okay, hold on.
Right
Chief,
of reply.
let's just hold on. Let's finish
just
this
calm
so that
down.
we can follow.
Yeah, so it's okay. Once I start producing documents, he'll get worked up. So I know him for 4 months now. So let's just be prepared for that. So the union doesn't post interns. What our National Secretary General was telling our doctors, the interns, go collect your letters from the Ministry of Health. Right? So he's not the one writing you a letter. He's telling you, as the person who represents you, I have talked to the Ministry of Health. They've told me they have your letters. Go collect your letters from tomorrow 9 a.m.
Okay.
Now, if you even want to know, this is beyond us. And the good thing of being a young person, as much as I respect my senior, there are things that are so easily provable. You just need to go online because we are digitally native. If anybody at home, please just open the Clinical Officers Council, the ones in charge of clinical officers. Just open their Facebook page. They've actually posted a message to clinical officer interns in Kiambu to go collect the letters.
They've done the same thing?
Yeah, just on Facebook.
Okay.
I'm sure maybe a senior like my colleague here doesn't probably know that exists or that can be easily checked, but clinical officers have said the same, and today you'll see the nursing council say the same.
Let's just get some clarity here, okay? What Dr. Nyaga has said is that KMPDU essentially has told interns to withdraw.
No.
Okay, no. Hold on. He has said that KMPDU has written the letter and told them to demand either movement or call up to a particular place.
Yes.
What you're telling us is that KMPDU has basically reaffirmed what the ministry has told interns to do for interns. Clinical officers have done the same, and other medical practitioners have done the same. And nurses have done the same. And this has come as a directive from the Ministry of Health. So this letter that he's referring to, what you're saying is a buffer to the original letter that has come from the Ministry of Health. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, and don't take even my word. Let Dennis read the letter from the Secretary General.
Let me read the letter. The letter is here. And so this is from Dr. Abdi Bachi, National Chairperson, Secretary General Davji Bimji Atela, and Dr. Martin Nabwire. And dear interns, the reference is a mandatory redeployment notice for Kiambu County interns. Let's go to the substance. Following the letter from the Ministry of Health dated August 26, 2025, indicating that you will be redeployed to different stations in the country by September 15, 2025, if the Kiambu strike is not resolved, we would like to communicate that the letters for transfer to other stations are ready. All interns currently in Kiambu County are therefore required to collect the redeployment letters from the Ministry of Health effective tomorrow, September 29, 2025, from 9 a.m. As the strike in Kiambu is now in its 4th month with no end in sight, there is an urgent need to protect the sanctity of the internship, and it should not be affected prolonged county strikes. Therefore, failure to collect the redeployment letter and move will be deemed abscondment of internship duty by the MOH. In solidarity, Dr. Bimji Telji.
So, as you can see and do, our SG is telling our interns, in reference to the MOH letter, go collect your letter at MOH. He's not redeploying you. He's not in charge of where you work. He's trying to say we told our interns to go elsewhere, but you don't even have that power. The letters they collected, this is an example from the ministry, and those are for our interns. Okay. Those are pharmacists, dentists, and doctors.
Okay. The clinical officers did theirs, nurses
and
did theirs.
anybody at home, just open their Facebook page. It's the most recent post. In fact, if you can put it up there, I'm happy I can read the screen. There's someone who said they were yesterday at Gatondo and there was nothing happening. It was deserted. And that's what I'm saying. The problem of truth is so stubborn. You can try to hide it, but it will always just open. So instead of believing, let's just open. We see what the clinical officer has told their interns, right? So that you know this is not even a KMPDU issue. It's different bodies looking at the situation in Kiambu and saying, you know what, for the purpose of our internship, please go to MOH and collect your letters and get the hell out of Kiambu, right? So it doesn't even matter if you want to believe it is KMPDU that is problematic. Different people are looking at the situation in Kiambu, visiting the ground and saying, you know what, there's nothing going on there. So maybe I'll just give you time to find it so that even people at home can see.
So we're looking at Kuko, isn't it?
No, not Kuko, Clinical Officers Council.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Kuko now is their union. Actually, that's the difference between the board and the council for doctors. Clinical Officers Council.
All right, so let's take a look at that and see if they've also put up Kiambu interns redeployed to the new internship centers. Well, that's the letter there. It's 11 hours ago. And that letter,
for people at home,
you can read it. This is what's on the Facebook page. So what the purpose of what we're doing here is just that we can clear up issues here. That you said that the same kind of information that came from KMPDU, which Dr. Nyaga has spoken about, is the same thing that's happening across cadre of medical workers or healthcare workers. So
telling their own interns, get the hell out of Kiambu. There's nothing happening there.
Okay, so you can. I don't know if you can see that.
I can read it very well.
Okay.
This is the Clinical Officers Council homepage. All clinical officer interns serving in Kiambu County hospitals have been redeployed across the country. This directive affects interns attached to Gatundu, Thika, and Tigoni. According to the Ministry of Health, the ones who post interns, the interns are required to report to the secretary on 3rd and collect their redeployment letter. This is what Dr. Davji was telling our interns.
Okay.
The ministry emphasizes that all affected interns should comply. Interns are therefore advised to make immediate arrangements. This is not even KMPDU. You get, like, that's why I want to just paint a picture here. You'll see a pattern where the county just alleges things. They're very imaginative, they're very creative, but any single issue is so demonstrably easy to prove. It's just that I think we're dealing with a generation that was there before technology. So they don't know you can actually just Google and check that. I'm probably sure my senior here is very shocked. But these things exist.
I think...
let me just finish with one thing. The nurses also will be getting their letters. The council is communicating, I believe, today. And it's the same. And we are talking, just to put into perspective, we're talking about 700 health personnel across different cadres being pulled out of Kiambu. So when I started by saying this is a catastrophe that is going to turn into a full-blown crisis, that's where we are headed. And it's not my wish, but I really wish we could even just accept the reality so that we start solving the problem. Because if you notice the fundamental problem, and this is the last thing I'll say, the fundamental problem we have here with the county is we are not living on the same planet. I really love the planet that my senior here is on. It's very rosy, everything is working. In fact, there are no deaths, nobody is dying. People should even come from across the country to visit Kiambu and benchmark. But that's not the planet we are living in, unfortunately. So if we could get to the same page, then we can move forward.
Okay, is that page, or what does it look like in terms of, at the very least, agreeing that there is an issue, Dr. Nyaga?
I think it is fair and very fair that we all agree that nothing happens in Kenya, everything is done. So it is not possible for us to look at results without looking at how did we get here. That is very important. He is demonstrating results, and very happily so, of work he has accomplished by escalating.
Could he have accomplished that? Yes. Could he have accomplished that for KMPDU? Could he have accomplished that for the Clinical Workers Council? Could he have accomplished that for the nurses?
I also wish I could, but I can't.
I'm sorry, but I think we need to be clear here because there is, of course, accusation that KMPDU has been very political in this. And whereas there is room for that, we must also be couched in fact. Is it possible that they've roused up the interns to say, stay away from Kiambu? If that were the case, would we see the same happening with clinical officers and nurses coming from the Ministry of Health? Could we see the same thing?
You need to give me time
I'm asking the question so that we can set...
I think you need to give me time to interrogate.
Dr. Nyaga, I've set it. So I want you to please explain how it's possible that if indeed it has happened with the union, how is it possible that the exact same information has happened with clinical officers as well as nurses, please?
Let me take it fast.
Okay.
A little step behind with the two letters.
Okay.
First, your colleague here read the letter from Dr. Davji. What he left out is the date of the letter. What is the date of the letter?
The date of the letter is September 28th.
What is the date of this letter?
September 29th.
Now, look at that. The union issued a letter about letters that were not ready. And this is what I want you to understand.
Okay.
The union was in the ministry. There is a nest in the ministry. And you don't need to think too far to know why the ministry at this moment would be parting with the union. You just need to look at the past officials of the union and the current officials of the ministry. Then you'll find they're the common people. They are doing the same thing. And this is a common denominator. We do not have a problem with the clinical council union. Like all the other clinical officers are working. We don't have a problem with the nursing union. The union, all the nurses in Kiambu are working. But they're all controlled from one center in the ministry. And who is sitting in our ministry? Our official or an ex-official of KMPDU. And for that reason, we have protested the nesting of KMPDU in the ministry and taking up the arms of the ministry to propagate the activities of the union. And that is what is demonstrating here. And you've asked it only without understanding of what happened before the action is demonstrated.
Daktari,
Okay. The point here is, before you ask me the next question, the point here is the dispute is being magnified to areas it is not involved. We do not have any dispute with the other councils. We don't even have a grievance letter with them. We don't have. But to our surprise, they are issuing the same letter after KMPD has said they will be issued, which means at the point of making decision that those letters will be issued, the people were in the same room.
Are you saying that there's somebody who is sitting in the ministry who has pandered to the whims of the doctors' union and has gone ahead to issue letters to other councils under the Healthcare Workers Service by virtue of the influence from the union, because this is an ex-official of the union? That's very serious.
That's a very serious observation. And that is exactly what we have written to the ministry.
I have a question.
And what you're saying here is the involvement of nurses in this issue, the involvement of clinical officers in this issue will have to be interrogated, because there's no dispute. We have letters from the interns themselves. Given time, I can produce them. The interns have written. There was a night meeting between the Clinical Officers Council and the interns in Kiambu the day before these letters were written. And I attended that meeting. And they said clearly, we do not want to move.
How would you prove that there is somebody who is sitting at the Ministry of Health who is a current or ex-official of the KMPDU who essentially is pulling strings to make sure that interns are moved, but beyond that is also pulling strings in other councils to ensure that their health workers move as well? Do you have a substantiative evidence to show that that is actually what is happening?
I said it appears that the decision was made on the same table, and this is an issue we have protested, and this is an issue that requires an inquiry.
Did you get an answer back from the ministry when you made the inquiry?
They have not yet replied to us.
How long ago did you make this inquiry?
We've written twice.
Since when?
Immediately after they wrote this letter, and the day after, before yesterday.
So September 30th and then the 1st of October, we're talking about 2 days ago.
Around there. Then when the interns wrote to us that they're being told to move, we wrote again.
Okay.
We do not have those two replies.
So those are 2 days ago.
We'll be seeking those replies, because in this dispute with KMPDU, we want to know the nexus between KMPDU and the nurses, the nexus between KMPDU and the clinical officers. The only nexus we can find is that all of them are regulated by the Ministry of Health. That is the only nexus. So we want to know, as counties, what is the nexus of decision-making, that if you have a dispute with one cadre, and we have 35 cadres in there, that people can pull other cadres and create and magnify a crisis. And we want to know what constitutional mandate did we have as Council of Clinical Officers? to withdraw clinical officers where clinical officers have not complained. So these are issues that we're going to move forward. But they should not be used here on this table, and you should not give that platform for them to be used to propagate, to escalate the dispute with KMPDU.
What we have here is we have letters from both the ministry, we have the letter from WTELA that you've issued, and you've also seen the letter that has been written by the council. But the question is, Dr. Muriuki, if you could confirm, all the letters that came from the ministry, are they dated the 29th of September, or are there letters that came earlier?
No, the letters, maybe I can give a bit of background to this. The letters are dated the day you collect them. He's trying to make it look like in fact, I really like how he's portraying the union. He's making us look like we are very powerful. We sit in the ministry and we are moving difficult arms at the same time. And what I like about that is you wonder then why are even we in this dispute if we are that powerful?
So that means if I go collect my letter today, it will be dated today.
Yes. In fact, the clinical officers have been told to collect the letter on 3rd. The letter is going to be dated on that day. So that's not even a mystery. I think what I'm really enjoying from my senior here, as much as he's older, he has a very Gen Z mentality of we have haters everywhere and everybody hates us. And he's also buying into a lot of conspiracy that there are people, there are offices. The nexus of this issue, Dennis, is very simple. All these interns work in one place. If that place is not working, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter if we have different councils, we have different bodies, we have different ministries. All these interns have been sent by different institutions to do the same thing. That is the nexus. Saying there is a very shadowy character, very powerful at Okoh, who can even infiltrate multiple councils, is the stuff of legends. Is a kind of talk you have after work.
Is there an ex-KMPDU officer who is at the Ministry of Health?
In fact, I'm wondering
what is their position?
I'm wondering why he's afraid to name it. It's a public officer. He's Dr. Uma Oluga. He's the principal secretary. Yes, but these letters even originated from the cabinet secretary.
We're talking about the PS. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we're talking, but these letters even originated from the cabinet secretary. Now, Kiambu County is not the only place even KMPDU has a dispute. It's not even the only place that has a strike. If the same principal secretary is in the office, why is he not withdrawing interns elsewhere? It's because the situation in Kiambu is bad, to the point where even if you sat in the clinical officers council or the nursing council, you'd look at the situation and ask yourself, me as Dennis, I've sent interns to Kiambu to learn. It's 4 months. There are no procedures. There are no senior doctors teaching them. Why are they there?
And that leads me to the question, Dr. Nyaga. We see all these letters coming from KMPDU, from the ministry, from the council, from the doctors' council. There is also the letter that is coming from the nurses' council that would be coming out. Are you at any point concerned as to why all these letters are being directed to Kiambu County to redeploy those who had been seconded to Kiambu County? Is it a concern to you in any way?
As I've said, it is a concern that KMPDU would pick and escalate a dispute outside its context and get support for it.
Would KMPDU have any influence in the Nurses' Council and the other councils?
Through the ministry.
How so? If KMPDU does not work in the ministry?
These decisions are made at certain offices. The office I hold in the county government is that of chief officer. That office in the national government is a permanent secretary. We are the agent that runs the department. They are the agents that runs the government. What my minister does, they consult with me. What I do, I consult with the minister. All the committees that sit in my department, I either appoint, sit, or delegate. There's nothing that happens in the department where a chief officer is not aware. There's no decisions that are made. There are no committees, there are no resolutions that are made that I'm not aware.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say here is, what I don't want lost here is that there was unprocedural application of that power. Because
by the PS,
whichever office did it, as you said, I called for an inquiry I have not got to the point where the inquiry has concluded by who.
Okay.
So I am not saying so and so did it.
So
what I'm saying, let me finish. The procedure of withdrawing interns requires an assessment and a complaint from the intern. And if not the intern complaining, someone to complain. That is okay. But an assessment of the center to establish the fact. There is no assessment that has been done in Kiambu since 2 years ago by the Council of Nurses, by the Council of Doctors, by the Council of Clinical Officers. They sent us these interns in July in recognition of an assessment they had done earlier. And if there was a complaint, the procedural, the legal, the administrative way of doing it is to go and do a reassessment. And we've been running internship programs in Kiambu for the last 20 years. We've had multiple reassessments. Anytime there's an issue, we get a reassessment, we collect, we move on. Anytime we are adding in a medical school, we get an assessment, we qualify or we don't. We have qualified as a teaching hospital for MKU. We have qualified as teaching hospital, Tangaza University, for KU, for JCOT. We have qualified as teaching hospital for all these areas. Anytime even those students who are going to be doctors have an issue, there is a reassessment of what has progressed wrongly. All these letters we are being shown have been issued without a reassessment. It is a procedural misstep, but it's a powerful one to escalate a dispute. And that is a point that should not be missed here, that the powers that have released the letters are powerful, but they have not done the procedural steps in releasing this. And for that, that's victimizing the victim twice.
These things that you're speaking of happened in the period of about a week, right? Yes. A couple of days, actually. I don't think we've gotten to a week. Between September 29th and today, the 3rd of October, those are 4 or 5 days, give or take. But the genesis of this dispute is months back, and that's what I want to go back to. Are we really saying that, look at all these things that are happening and look at the temperatures that are rising in the manner in which they are, that there's nothing wrong at Kiambu between doctors and the county?
I've said, and I think you get this clear, from the word go, we have a dispute with KMPDU.
Okay, let's go from that point.
That is where the issue is.
Dr. Nyaga, are there doctors that are not presenting themselves at hospitals in Kiambu County?
Yes.
Why are they not presenting themselves?
Because of a dispute.
Whether it's 1, whether it's 10, whether it's 50. What's the reason why?
Because of a dispute with their union.
The doctors have a dispute with their union, so they're not coming to the county?
Excuse me. Because the doctors are not coming to Kiambu, because that fraction of doctors, not everyone, that fraction of doctors are not coming to Kiambu because they are members of a certain union.
Okay.
So that has a dispute with Kiambu.
Okay, let's take this apart a little bit. The particular doctors that you say that are not coming to work are only doing this because they are the doctors who are coming or rather, let's start again. The doctors who are not coming to work, are they all members of this particular union that you're speaking of?
Yes.
All of them?
All of them.
All right. The doctors that are coming to work have no affiliation with the union at all?
No.
All right.
Let me clarify that, because the no might not make it.
I mean, it's clear. It's two things here, Dr. I'm sorry, Dr. It is. It's because based on what you said. I'm sorry. Hang on, please. You've said very clearly that the reason why doctors are not coming is because there is an issue with the union. The only doctors who are not coming to work are members of the union.
No.
Oh, so there are others apart from the union.
That's why I was trying to clarify.
All right, let's go.
Because we have doctors who are members of the union who are working.
Who are coming to work. Okay.
We have doctors who are not registered members of the union who are working. We have doctors who are registered members of the union who are also working. We have doctors who are members of the union who are not working.
Do you have doctors who are not members of the union who are not working?
No.
Okay. So you're saying the issue here is the union?
The issue is the membership of the union and followership of the union.
All right.
So if you follow the union word for word, you are not working. If you follow the union with certain level of level-headedness, you're working.
So what is the problem? Why are they not coming? Let's say there are three. Let's say there are three doctors who are not working and they're members of the union. What are the issues that they've brought forth to say, handle this or we can't come to work?
I said earlier that the union representing those doctors who are not working and also the others who are working. The union as representatives of the doctors in the labor dispute brought up 10 grievances. Those grievances are best known to the secretary. And what we, I know them, but he knows them better.
Isn't that the problem then?
We sat through 10 sessions and negotiated every grievance and how we will sort the issue. And we agreed on all the 10 issues.
So you agreed that there was an issue?
We agreed there was an issue and we agreed on the solutions.
Okay.
We agreed on the issue and the solution. In every labor dispute, there is a grievance, there is a discussion, there is a way forward. We've agreed on the 10 issues.
Dr. Muriki, the last time we had you here, you mentioned a situation where, despite the crisis that the county finds itself in, that the union, through its due diligence, ensures that you have some doctors who show up to offer partial services to the county. Is that the correct position?
I really love that you remember that, because that is exactly what he's trying to obfuscate there by saying there are members of the union who are working and there are members who are not working. I even personally got lost in that whole thing he was trying to paint, but that's the truth. This strike, and just let me explain at length, because I've seen he goes, I can see why the...
And while at it, you can also tell us how many doctors, if you have the numbers, do work in Kiambu County. And in terms of, and if all of them who are registered to you, how many are those? How many have withdrawn their services? And how many offer partial services? Just so we understand what is happening.
So I think the thing is, when we started this strike, we really didn't want to lose a life at all. I can see even people at home saying when two people fight, the people who get hurt are the people at home. And that's why we came up with a minimum service protocol. Allow me to deviate from your question a bit, because it goes to the heart of what is happening now. Ndu, when someone dies, I take it very personally. As one of the chief engineers of this strike, I make sure to try and investigate why are there deaths, because we've given doctors, union members, to go work in those hospitals, and these are very qualified doctors. Now, whether they are, all these doctors are our members. In fact, even Chief here, as much as he's looking quite combative today morning, I can tell you, in the Central Region register, he's number 309. His DU number is 08403. So he's also a union member and he's working, right? He's part of the people we gave to coordinate services. He was also part of the list because he's a senior person. So all these doctors are our members, whether you're working or not. The thing, and that's probably why the strike has also lasted long, because we also gave members. So it wasn't a complete shutdown. That's not something for the county to brag, right? They also went ahead and hired a few junior doctors, which is fine, which was part of our agreement. But then all these are our members, right? They all get paid the salary the union has negotiated for. Then that's how unionism works. You get the salary where Standard Media Group unionized members, you join today, you're part of that, you get that. Now, let me talk about deaths, because I feel like we will talk about procedures and so many things here that are not even important to very many people. Why are people dying? When someone dies, I take it very personally, because I'm at the head of a strike that may be accused of someone dying. Now, from our own investigation, people in Kiambu are dying from 3 reasons. Only 3 reasons. Number one, there's politicization of healthcare by the executive. I think when I was here last time, I explained to you the story of a person in Gigania, where you have a whole waziri seated in an office, swinging in a chair, deciding who gets referred or not. Because part of our protocol, if you're in the small hospitals, you get referred to the big hospitals. Now, to try and override that protocol means you're confining very sick patients to small hospitals. And by the way, just to give an update on that case, the ODPP looked into the issue, saw the evidence that is there, instructed the DCI. The DCI has summoned us for statements, has investigated, and actually in the next 2 weeks it will be telling us whether they are charging the executive of Kiambu for the death of that boy. So I take these things very personally, because to me it's very personal. I just to be a bit personal, my late father was sick for a very long time. I know what one sickness, one death does to a family. It's not a simple statistical thing where you show on the newspaper 36 people. Those are 36 different human beings and families. That's the first reason we have people politicizing healthcare. The second thing is you have these junior doctors that have been hired being forced to do procedures they're not comfortable with. And if you want to
comfortable in terms of their training and understanding, or expertise?
And even just scopes of practice. And because I know he'll dispute, you know, the things, I have letters here. These are letters written to him. And these are multiple letters. You can see all these are letters, multiple letters, and I'll pass them. But I just want anybody to know that this letter is written, and the title is Challenges in Conducting Operations in Theatre. We, the undersigned medical officer of this particular hospital, we want to thank you for giving us this job. All this we do, I'm looking for where they say, in light of this, we respectfully request that we continue suspending all operative procedures until such a time that a consultant is reliably available. That is a doctor getting to a point and saying, I am treating people, they're not getting better. I have no supervision, I have no support. Where's the senior doctor I should ask what I should do in this scenario? To the point where, out of their own oath and practice, they decide, you know what, I'll write a letter to the executive and tell them, I'm not comfortable. This is a letter from a particular, from different hospitals. These ones are from another hospital, where they say, challenges in conducting operations, referral of theatre cases. Following the above, we wish to notify your office that we are unable to do this procedure due to lack of a second on call. Please find attached our plea. These are letters that are going on deaf ears, because to the county, you can see how he wants to brag that things are working. That's the second reason. We are having an issue where lots of, let me just pass this to you, where lots of doctors are being put in very difficult situations. It's okay, they were written to you, you've seen them before. They're being put in very difficult situations because they are not equipped to work in hospitals without senior doctors. Now, that's the second reason. The first one is they're politicizing healthcare during this strike. Second one is that they're forcing junior doctors to do it. The third one, which is even now more interesting, to try and cope with the shortage during the strike, what they're doing is they're trying to compel doctors who've been in administration for very many years to go back and start operating. Right? You can, both of us here, technically don't practice that much. I'm in the union full time. The last time I practiced was 2 years ago. My colleague here now, my senior, has been forced to go back to theatre and start seeing patients. The truth of the matter is he doesn't even have a valid practicing certificate. And so that you don't think I'm besmirching them, again, Gen Z, if you're at home, just Google his name. This database is online. In fact, even don't Google, that's too much work. Ask ChatGPT, it will search the internet and tell you. And if you want to know, search his name, search my name. The people who are conducting these procedures now are people who've been in administration for years. They've not been going for what we call continuous CPD points, which is conferences, trainings. These are people who've been in offices, and now they are being forced to go back and do these things. My colleague here, I'm using him because I don't want to mention someone who's not in the room, doesn't even have a practicing license. That's an illegality by itself. So when I sit down and see that people are dying, and it's during a strike that we are conducting, those things pain me. And what pains me about it is we sat down for a very long time, thought through how can we protect lives, came up with a very good protocol that had personnel, referral protocols, places that these people should go, outside county hospitals that these people should be sent to. And then now we are having witchcraft being practiced right there in the middle due to the politicization of this issue. And that's why I am very passionate about these things. And that's why when I see stories of babies dying, and this was one of the reasons I stopped practicing, I get very personally attached to people who lose someone. Because I lost my father back then, as I said. The mothers who died, for example, I can give you an example. There's a mother who lives in Kisii Estate, near Ndarugo, which is near Waiteidia, on your way on Thika Road, it's near Thika. That lady delivered a preterm baby. preterm, you need to stay in hospital, the baby matures and stays for a while. Now, the strike starts, the senior doctors leave. And you'll see it's going to be in the newspaper. You don't have to believe me. In fact, I don't want anybody to believe me. Go fact check yourself. Right? I'm not a preacher. You don't need to take my gospel. You'll see, because Standard found that mother, but I had followed up on the mother myself as the secretary of the union. Once the senior doctors leave, the new junior doctors and interns, in fact, she says it was an intern who started seeing my baby. The baby develops complications and eventually dies. Now, the pain that mother has, because now I have to look for her. There's a gentleman from Juja, Gashororo, same thing. The wife was at home 2 days in labor pains, decides to go to Thika Level 5 hospital. For those 2 days, actually the husband says, I was only seen once by an intern. We lost the pregnancy, and the mother, when she was taken to for cesarean section, they had lost the pregnancy. This would never happen if there was a very competent obstetrician gynecologist at that facility.
So why are there, sorry, Dr. Morioki.
Yes.
So why are there...
I'm sorry, I get a bit passionate when it comes to loss of life.
Why are there intern doctors who are working, essentially junior doctors, who are working, but the senior doctors are not?
Because, and I like the fact that you asked that question, because it means you're now understanding the situation on the ground. The interns are posted by the Ministry of Health. Kiambu doctors have gone on strike. So once the ministry sends the interns in July, the person on the ground who's going to see your loved one, and the issue of health is very personal. You might have a good cover, but you don't know where your relative or your aunt will land. If they're being seen by an intern, someone who's just finished university last year, or even maybe early this year, that is a great crime, because that person is not experienced. So the reason they're being seen by interns is because there are no doctors.
So when we've said the doctors have gone on strike because of whatever the dispute may be, this does not include the intern doctors, which according to Dr. Nyaga, are still working.
Yes, because the interns, let me just finish because you've asked me the question. The interns are not on strike.
Okay.
They are not even employees of Kiambu County. Then they are part of studying just under the ministry.
They could go anywhere later.
They could go anywhere later. In fact, once they finish their internship, they are free to, the world is their oyster. And this is part of why the ministry, when it did its own survey, realized actually having the interns there is more dangerous to lives than not having them. You'd rather go to a hospital and find it closed than assume it has competent and qualified personnel and then lose a life.
I have the question before I just lose it. Is it therefore, I could be wrong, is it therefore true that the ministry is withdrawing intern doctors from these hospitals because they do not have senior doctors to supervise them and therefore cannot perform as expected of them?
Dennis, you're not wrong, you're correct. And actually the letter the CS wrote to the governor was, because there is nobody to supervise these people, I am pulling everyone out. And that's why it's not just doctors, even the nurses. I mean, if there's no doctor, there's no case, all of them. And that's why the ministry then said, in fact, they're not removing interns to punish Kiambu. They're removing interns on 2 grounds. For their training, there's nothing happening, and to protect lives, because they've realized Kiambu is riding on the fact that they're interns sent from Ministry of Health to treat people. And yet these are very, very junior colleagues in the profession. In fact, they should not see someone without the close supervision of a senior person.
Dr. Patrick, do you have these letters? Because they've been sent to you. I can see Chief Officer Health Services. This clearly is you. And with these letters and all the demands in it, one would assume that this is something that you would have attended to and try to deal with it. Why does it appear as though the politics that you're talking about being propagated by KMPDU, it seems as though it is the county that is playing politics with healthcare?
Let it be on record that these letters were addressed to me.
Okay.
And let it be on record that these letters have come from Dr. Bill Muriuki. That's a matter of procedure. Let it also be on record that he's not copied in this letter.
He should be copied?
He has not been.
No, should he be copied if there's a letter that's coming to your office?
No.
Okay, so that doesn't matter then?
It matters because the letters which are official are supposed to be in the hands of people who have been addressed and the people who have been copied. Okay? Now, this is what I want to put in perspective, because this is what you do to escalate a crisis. We hired doctors in phases. Look at the letter, the date of that letter.
It's 2nd July 2025.
Thank you. We had hired doctors and placed them on 28th of June. We hired doctors in 3 phases. We placed them in 3 phases with a week in between.
Okay.
Each doctor group was going in with an orientation of a full week. We had instructed doctors, you go to your stations, you do your assessment, and you write back to us.
Okay. So they were hired by the county for the county?
Yes.
Okay.
And the doctors who have written those letters are county employees.
Okay.
They are not national government employees.
Okay.
They are not interns.
Okay. And the
They are-
doctors who are on strike are also county employees?
Yes.
All right.
And those doctors who have written these letters are not interns.
Okay.
They are registered doctors. And so, are there doctors in Kiambu? The answer is right there. They have written. But they were following instructions that we gave. That you go to your centers, according to your level of competence and skill and registration, do your assessment and tell us what you're able to do and what you're not able to do. But according to our registration, you are all doctors, you're not half doctors, you're all qualified, but you might have skill gaps. Some of them wrote back to us, like the letters which have been snapped from my office by the union or collected from the hospitals by the union, and used to escalate a crisis which we are solving. When they wrote to us, we were trying to plan the 2nd phase of placement and the 3rd phase of placement, according to matching skills and requirements. But the best person to tell you what requirement you have is the doctor on the ground. It's not the union. By the way, Dr. Bill has never worked in Kiambu. He doesn't know anything about inside of a hospital in Kiambu. Dr. Davji has never worked in Kiambu. He has no idea of what happens in Kiambu. I have worked in Kiambu for 20 years. I have been to each and every of these hospitals. We have different capacities, different levels, different competencies, different skills, and different challenges. So there's no one size fits all kind of a deployment that will sort out all the problems, all the time, all the places. We keep on changing the mat according to the problem. Now, coming back to these letters, the ones who wrote, in the 2nd deployment, we gave the skills that they were requiring. So you go to Thika today, he's talking of Thika neonatal unit. There is a consultant, 1, 2, 3 of them. You go to Ruiru, there is a consultant, 1, 2, 3 of them. We went ahead and added the consultants. But in KMPD escalating the narrative, kind of, they went to court, and you cannot mention it here, got a court order to stop Kiambu County government from hiring doctors. They got a court order and stopped the process of hiring doctors for the 3rd phase of hiring, and then come here and say they are not doctors. So this is escalation, and I think we need to see it for what it is. Let me finish. When they got a court order against the 3rd phase of hiring, we had to go to court. We've been there with them for 3 weeks on that particular issue. They have 3 other matters, but on this particular issue of hiring, it was concluded last week.
Okay.
They were unable to continue. They withdrew it. We are hiring. If you look at your paper today, not nation, Standard, there's an advertisement for more specialists for Kiambu. This phase would have happened by 21st of July. These doctors would have been in the hospitals by 23rd of August. It was stopped by court.
Was the court order? The court order was granted.
It was granted by. It was taken under certificate of urgency.
But it was granted by the court.
Ex parte.
But the
ex parte.
But the court granted the order.
Yes.
So usually, when the court grants an order, they will look at both sides and they will ask questions as to why was this necessary to happen. From your understanding, why would a court grant an order to stop further hiring of medical doctors in Kiambu County if there was no issue?
In legal practice, ex parte hearings are had without hearing the other side. It is what you put there that gives you your initial orders. When we were heard,
you were heard later.
Yes, when we were heard, the matter fell off. Now we are hiring. The first order was a sneaky way of rushing to court and a certificate of emergency, no hearing of this side, put a paper on your side, you get an initial order, then the other one is given time to reply, and then you are heard. So in that initial phase, you've actually stalled the progress. And that is exactly what they achieved. And that is exactly what they are trying to escalate here.
Dr. I want to ask the question. Let's talk about healthcare situation in the county and the workers who are there and their salaries. As you speak on this table right now, of the workers that are in Kiambu County, have you paid your workers their September salaries?
The issue of salaries for county workers.
Why is it not a simple answer?
I think
how back should
I
we
gave
go?
you time to answer your questions. I did not cheer. I did not escalate, and I did not interview. Even as you are spouting a lot of falsehoods,
Okay, so
I
let's go
kept
to
my
the answer
peace.
to the questions,
Please.
Say you've paid people.
So, we, as county governments, and this thing is in the news, yeah, not this year, not last year, not the year before, for the last 4 or 5 years. In the period between July 1st and September 1st, we have to receive money from the Exchequer, the Treasury, not Kiambu only, but all the counties.
So the county is in arrears of paying the health workers for how many months?
We are not in arrears. The September salary is being processed now.
Okay.
The August salary is paid.
In full?
The July salary is paid. We are processing September salary. Today is September what? 3rd.
Today is October 3rd, actually.
October 3rd, sorry.
Yeah.
October 3rd. We are processing September salary. Yeah? There was a delay. Can I finish
Just
without
finish.
interference?
It will come to just...
There was a delay in processing of September salary and August salary because of a delay of Exchequer. However, Kiambu County used its own source revenue, paid July salary, paid August salary, and is processing September salary from Exchequer disbursement, which came in less than 7 days ago. We all know that banking process from central bank to commercial bank to the individual has a process of days. And there are quite a number of offices in between. We've done everything for them to be paid. We are waiting for the transfer of the September salary from the central bank to the commercial bank. That is not an unpaid salary. It is a processed salary. We have paid full August salaries. We've paid full July salaries. Yeah? And these have been done while we do not have
money.
The Exchequer. Why? Because we are prioritizing workers. Previously, in last year, we had a crisis because the same kind of delay happened and we had less own source revenue.
Okay.
So we have been able to sort out those issues. But there's something that I don't need lost here, please, before, because he said them.
Let's just face the issue that we don't need lost. Yes. And
yes, there's an issue here which he raised very well and made it appear like the union was solving a problem, while actual truth is they were creating a problem.
All right.
Now, there is an issue. I've not said what the issue it is, because we are talking about doctors at work being separated by the union. It is a matter of law.
Unions don't hire?
Exactly. Exactly.
Unions
and that
don't-
is why I was very surprised that he was spewing it and you're quiet.
No, but unions don't hire. I don't.
He said that they forwarded to us. He even referred to me and said we forwarded him. I'm not an employee of the union. He said so here.
No, he
He
said that there were members of the fraternity who were recalled to work, not forwarded by the union.
Yes.
That I heard very clearly.
The issue here is
so it
when
was
the
not.
strike-
I think we need to clarify that. It's
Yeah.
important for us to say that he did not mention that the union forwarded individuals to go and work for the county. We know that is not possible. It can't happen.
Thank you,
because
Ndu.
they're not the employer in
Thank
this
you.
case. So I think we need to
So
clear
what
that
did
up.
what did the union do?
In this case,
In his
apparently
words?
nothing.
In his
Can I
words?
just come in now?
So
Please.
the point here was
This is why the strike has lasted for 4 months. Because you can see we are in a pattern now. You raise an issue where doctors wrote a letter saying, I'm not comfortable doing procedures. He doesn't deny the letter. He doesn't say what he did. He just says, oh, you are not CC'd in this letter. How did you get the letter? Can you see complete deflection of issues? But I want to come to the
I
salary
think we
issue.
need to put the record straight. I said we posted doctors.
Let him just finish.
I want to come to the salary issue.
Mhm.
I don't want anybody at home to believe me. No, this is a chart, and I can see there are Kiambu doctors. Just scroll. There's a doctor. There in fact, there are three. In fact, I've seen a nurse and a doctor. Just scroll up. There's someone who has said when they were last paid.
Catherine Mora says healthcare workers in Kiambu have not been paid.
Yes.
Third month now. We are talking about those currently working.
Okay, then scroll up again. You'll see Sandy. I saw someone like Sandy. Just go up. Just go up. I don't even, I'm so used to his pattern of trying to complicate things that a simple question of have you paid people needs a long explanation. There. Sandra, Sandy. There's a crisis in Kiambu. Even us who are working have not been paid for August and September. Today is October 3rd. So what you see here, Dennis, is what I'm saying. We have a pattern. And it's
Can
what I
we
was
prove
referring
that
to.
those people are employees of Kiambu?
Yes.
Can we?
I know them.
Is it
So,
possible to prove
can I
that
just
those
finish?
workers are in Kiambu?
So
Because I
just-
can prove the people in Kiambu have been paid.
Okay.
I have a payroll.
Fine.
If people
So
can write from
let's
anywhere and
fine.
say I am from
Okay.
Kiambu.
I'll give him that.
It
There are
is
just
not
mad people in the chat.
because there's a chart
Okay,
here.
let's clarify this issue, because
I think we are getting into a situation where he's allowed to say all manner of lies,
Let's just-
and we are not allowed to.
I take that
This
back.
is a conversation that we will carry on in a way that we'll then be able to get some solutions through.
Yeah,
Dr.
but
Morioki.
I take back. Maybe they're just mad Kenyans who claim them the people from Kiambu and somehow know the exact months they've not been paid. So I take that back.
You fight for the welfare of your members.
Yes.
Your members, you deal with them on a daily basis.
Exactly.
Have your members come to you with a complaint that they've not been paid?
Yes, and that's why even now on this chart, you can just see them. That's why I know them. They know they've not been paid. But the thing is, when you're used to lying without the ability for you to be proven, you get very comfortable in that bubble. And you can end up in a situation where someone can just expose you very fast. So the truth of the matter is, and Dennis, Ndo, you'll agree with me, if you've paid salaries, you don't need a very long story. In fact, what I was just thinking as he was explaining that, if this is the kind of bravado he has with salaries for 3 months, imagine if he used to pay them on time. What kind of confidence then would he have? Because this is the attitude of someone who's completely failed a department. But then now, going to the issue that...
I take exception to personal attacks.
It's not a personal...
I take exception to personal attacks. They're being allowed on this table several times.
Let's
At the beginning, he said that I'm operating without a license. I'm a qualified surgeon. Now he's saying I have failed to run an office. And those are personal attacks. And if I am about to, if he wants me to do personal attacks on him, I can. I am senior, I'm professional,
That's
and I
okay,
did not
but
want
what
him
we're-
to do personal attacks on
What
me.
we're doing right now is trying to have a conversation. So let's just
Yes,
carry
without
on in
personal
that manner.
attacks.
So let's just
talk
carry
about
on.
the facts.
Dr. Morioki.
So I wanted to move back to the issue because if I let him direct the conversation, we won't talk about the strike itself. We will talk about counties and treasury and the rest.
You are
And
talking
mind
about
you-
people.
Let's just carry on. Let's
Yeah.
just...
And mind you, there are counties that have paid salaries. right? So let's not benchmark with the worst. So I just want to go back to the issue of the strike, because that's why we are here. Why do we have a strike that is not being resolved? If, and I'll just put this as a theory, if you have a strike that lasts 4 months, it's a symptom of several things. One, an inability to solve problems. Poor leadership. These are just my theories. It's not a personal attack, but if you came and told me you have a strike that has lasted 4 months, I would say there's an inability to solve problems and maybe a vacuum in leadership. Now, where are the issues as they stand now? We have met with the county. We have agreed on the 10 issues. And let me stop there and say, the fact that the county has agreed on the 10 issues, first of all, is an admission that they knew they were wrong. Right? Even though I come and claim money from you, and then now you agree to pay me within a certain day.
That means I've agreed that I owe you.
Yeah, okay. That it means even from the word go, you owed me, right? So return to work formulas tend to almost be an admission of guilt. Now, where the issue is and where it sits right now is there's a clause both parties are not agreeing upon. Now, this clause is at the end of that document, which is so sad. It's a clause that nobody ever argues about. It's a clause on no victimization. That as soon as we end this strike, all our members shall not be victimized for having participated in a strike. Now, that's the clause that all this rests on. The county is adamant it doesn't want to put that clause in the document.
Why?
And in fact, even I'll give them the grace of saying they claim they won't victimize anyone, but they just don't want it on the document. However, going on strike is a constitutional right. 2, this strike is protected. Why do you want to victimize people? In fact, if we could put that no victimization clause, that you will not punish anybody for having participated on strike, we can end that strike today. In fact, that is what makes this situation very, very sad, that we are stuck at a very simple point, that we're having people who say, okay, fine, we've agreed we have liability, we have agreed on the things you asked for, we will give them to you, but we want to preserve the ability to punish you after this.
Is that something that will, Dr. Nyaga, looking at the issues of this strike, it's obvious that there are issues that were brought to the table, and also by your own admission that you had some kind of coming together where you said, okay, fine, on these issues we agree on them, at least to an extent. Was there a give us time to kind of sort that out? But also one of the things that you had said earlier is that before you knew what was happening, they had pulled workers from the hospitals, right? But had you agreed to an extent that these are issues that are on the table and we are going to handle them?
To a straight answer, yes. But before I give you an elaboration, there's something he said which is cannot be left unchallenged. One, he says he's very passionate about deaths of patients. We are very passionate about life of patients. You cannot be passionate about death. That makes sense. You should be passionate about life. And the calling, the employment, the professionalism of a doctor is to protect death, not to hype deaths. To protect life when it is existing, not hype death when it happens. KMPDU has changed the roles. There's no healthcare system in the world. There's no hospital in the world registered anywhere from America to UK to Africa. A hospital that has never lost a patient. But doctors don't go hyping which patient died in which hospital. We hype the advancements in science and the effort we go to save lives, and we learn from the losses. All these KMPDU story, all these disputes will be solved immediately if we could agree on sanctity of the living.
But from what you've said, that you already did agree.
Now,
you said that you did agree.
We
Sorry,
agreed.
Dr. Nyaga. You said you agreed on the issues and that you were going to handle them. What stops that agreement from continuing to take place even today?
Now,
on those 10 issues, which you said, fine, this is by your own admission earlier on, which you said, yes, we see that these are problems. What stops all of this from falling off and saying, okay, guys, those 10 things which we said we would sort out, let's sort them out now so that you go back to work? Is there something that stops that from happening?
We have agreed on 10 things. We have asked them to sign on the 10 things. They have added an 11th thing called victimization. They have added another condition which is not talking about, that they want to be paid their salaries for the times they were not working. And even if you don't come to work, I don't know whether you'll be paid. I am not sure that this company will give you 6 months to go away without work and give you money and you're not on leave. The issue is, those two are the issues that have raised all the other issues.
So if you ignored those two issues, those other 10 issues for which there was an agreement across board to be handled, can they actually be handled?
Those ones are handled. If they could sign.
If they were handled, they would be back at work. Dr. Marioki?
They would have signed the same day. Why are they not signing?
I have. Let me just go through the issues here that you're talking about. Yeah. So the UHC staff absorption, and I'm reading this from the KMPDU in terms of what they wrote. Now, many counties have yet to issue permanent pensionable letters. Has Kiambu done that? Yes or no?
UHC are national employees.
Many.
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
They are national
have
employees.
You issued permanent
yes
and
or
pensionable?
No? We would only issue those letters if the national give us the letters.
Okay, so let's talk about career guidelines. The Council of Governors is interfering with the Public Service Commission, undermining career progression and professional ability. Has Kiambu County met the career guidelines as agreed with the KMPDU?
Yes.
Yes. Now we talk about remuneration. Full SRC reviewed pay structures remain pending in several counties. Has Kiambu County met the remuneration and full SRC reviewed as directed by SRC?
Long time ago.
Long time ago. Then if that is the question and doctors are saying all these have not been met, are you lying to us, Dr. Bill?
No, I think you are not reading the 10 issues. Remember, there are 10, you've not even read 10. But I think the best place to pick this issue up is both parties have agreed on the 10 issues. And the part we've not agreed is in one document, and that document reads how KMPDU proposes it, how Kiambu County proposes it. Now, again, I know he will try to create a scenario that doesn't exist. So I came with the document. In fact, I came with the one I came with the one he filed in court. So it is his we filed the same document, but I got their copy. Now, the
notice, this matter is in court. It is sub-judicial.
It's not sub-judicial. Actually, the other day, the judge said matters of the union, the documents, because if you serve the union, who's the union? The union is not me. It's a matter of all our members, right? So it's not sub-judice.
Is there an active case on
Do you
that
see why
where
the
that
strike
paper
has lasted
not
long?
been judged?
If anybody at home can see why the strike has lasted, I want
where
to
that
the
paper has not been judged, where that paper the judge has not seen it.
This is a document that you this document lodged in court.
This document
yes. Has the matter been heard?
Has this document been lodged in court?
Can I just answer? This document has been written by both parties.
Agreed upon by both parties?
Yes.
Okay.
Because remember, it's one document, and the part we are disagreeing
is
in the
lodged in court.
Okay.
Can I just be protected?
Is it a court document?
I'm asking.
Produced on the PIP, produced in this platform.
This is the question that I am asking.
Yes.
Is this document created by the county government of Kiambu as well as the KMPDU? Is this document in court?
Yes.
Who created the document?
And the matter is not yet heard.
Who created the document?
The document he has his own version. We have our own version.
So if
the two are in court.
This version of his that you say is not the document that's in court, we can hear from it.
Yes.
If it's not the one in court,
according to what you're saying.
If it's in court,
I'll read my version.
Then we have some judicial issues there.
You know, if you see someone even fearful of reading a document, okay, let me just read. So it's one document. It's a draft return to work formula. The first 10 points, there's agreement on every issue. So the issues that took doctors to strike officially, they've agreed, oh, we didn't promote people, we'll promote people in the next 6 weeks. Oh, there've been persistent delays in salary, as you can see. We will now sort that out going forward. We've not been remitting SHA, we will sort that out. So all these issues.
Statutory deductions.
Yes, it is one continuous document. We've been transferring people without paying them transfer allowance. We will start paying them. There's been lack of consistent medical cover. We will start doing that. We've had doctors working over 40 hours. We will hire more doctors so that stops. Union dues, give us the formats of your members. We will start deduct. All the 10 issues have been agreed. Comes the contentious issue. Now, therefore, parties agree. The first thing is clause proposed by Kiambu County. The second part is clause proposed by KMPDU. Now, the reason he's saying it was lodged in court is because where things are, both parties then, if we cannot break that deadlock, there was the feeling that then let's take it to court, we see what the court will say. Can the court tell you can victimize people for going on strike? That has never happened, but if they want to be obstinate and be told what needs to happen, that's fine. So when we took it to court, the honorable judge before court 4 said matters of you don't even have to file them because a union is not an employer-employee relationship. It's not a private document. This is an entity of people. So essentially, I can even come here to radio to read to my members wherever they might be in Kenya what the government has proposed. That's not a private document. Now, if members at home want to know what the county is proposing and what the union is proposing, the union's clause reads, there shall be no victimization whatsoever by the employer of the leaders and members of KMPDU, including but not limited to, and then it lists any potential victimization. So it says withholding of salaries, arbitrary transfers, discriminatory assignment, it just goes down the list. That's what the union is proposing. In fact, even the union says, and in turn, the union shall withdraw any court cases. That's what the union is proposing. Now, tell me, Dennis, as a reasonable Kenyan, this is what Kiambu is proposing, and I'll give you to read so that you don't think I'm being cheeky. That the employer will adhere to all laid down administrative procedures and principles of fair administrative actions when dealing with employees. These dealings will not be limited to disciplinary action, arbitrary transfers, and discriminatory assignment of duties. How do I, as a regional secretary, sign such a document that someone says we will deal with you fairly and it doesn't limit us from doing any of the following things? I can't sign that document. Doctors cannot go back knowing. In fact, that clause nullifies the rest of the other agreements, because the first thing I'd do if I was your employer is say, you first, the things we agreed do not apply to you, you're on strike. You get, so it even essentially nullifies the entire document. And so that you know I'm not making things up, please read. It's the last part that we're disagreeing on. And the simple question is this: why do you want to victimize people who exercise their constitutional right to get things you've agreed to give them?
Okay, so we're at this point now, Dr. Nyaga, where there's an agreement that these 10 issues were agreed upon, that there was an issue. So, I mean, if what we've established by this conversation is that there was an issue, County Government of Kiambu said, yes, we actually need to deal with this thing. The reason why we still have a stalemate, Dr. Nyaga, is that it has not been signed upon in terms of the agreement. And they are saying that there's a clause there that looks as though folks who might come back to work might be victimized, and that's what stops them from coming back. Do you see this as this might be an issue? Dr. Nyaga?
We've agreed on the 10 issues. We've agreed to sign the 10 issues. We will not agree to sign additional issues. And if there is an issue to be added, then it will be added.
No, my question was that there is a clause here. Maybe I think you were a bit busy at that moment. Okay. There is a clause in the document that was asking about victimization in terms of what would happen to doctors should they come back, which is a clause that was added by the county. No, there's a clause that is saying that the county should not then victimize anybody who might or might not come back to work after this has been agreed. Is that something that can be looked into?
And that clause is always the last clause of any return to work formula. Any. because at the end of the day, you are restoring a relationship. It's like a relationship where you say, going forward, let's forgive each other.
Okay, and is that possible for people to forgive each other? So
That's
that these
my question.
stories that we're hearing, Dr. Nyaga, of people who've not been allowed to go home with their babies, these stories that we're hearing of people who've been outside hospitals, who've not gotten medical care, can come to an end. Is it possible?
Let's put this thing in perspective. One, that every word of the law has a meaning in the law. And we are not in any way, previously or in future, planning or in any way done it in terms of victimizing people or employees. We do not, we will not, and we have not.
So this can be sorted. Even
Now,
today, we can go back to work today.
Let me finish.
Even here.
Let me finish.
On live TV.
Let me finish. Where the trick is, where when you read that clause, is the definition of that victimization. It deviates completely from the constitutional principle of victimization.
What's the law of victimization?
It is going to prescribe administrative action or inaction. Get some water. If that clause, if for example, we were to make an agreement, which we can any time and any moment, and we actually look forward to that agreement, and if we were to agree on the victimization or non-victimization clause, we have suggested that we forget what Kiambu County says, forget what KMPDU says, go to the Constitution, pick the legal part that talks about victimization, and insert it in the agreement the way it is written in the Constitution, without any definitions, without any additions, without anything. Because the Constitution was made by the people, agreed and voted on and accepted. The way it is, we just put it there. But do not add, among the things which are being added here are not victimization. They are procedures.
Okay.
So we cannot make an agreement which stops legal procedures, for example. We can't make an agreement that is unconstitutional. We can't make an agreement that is illegal. We just agree that victimization is not my word, is not his word, it's a constitutional word. Then we pick the meaning of the Constitution and move on.
Daktari, with all these documents that we have here, letters, correspondence, and even matters in court, the people who are suffering are the people of Kiambu County and the patients. As this protracted battle continues, it is the people who are not accessing services. As you sit here as the CEO of Kiambu County, what are you telling the people of Kiambu County with regard to the constitution you're referring to in terms of access to quality healthcare and preservation of life in Kiambu County?
What you're saying to the people in Kiambu County is that Kiambu County government is a responsible government. We take care of your health. We sustain life. We put all resources available to make sure that the resources, the services continue. We have put in place mitigation measures that allow services to continue. We are asking citizens to keep on going to the hospitals and not listen to the dispute that we have with KMPDU. We are committed to sorting the issue with KMPDU. And we do not want misinformation or politicization of health. Okay, let that go on.
Yeah. Okay.
In terms of ending this dispute, we are committed to follow constitutional principles. We are committed to keep to the legal statutes that guide government.
So what you're saying,
and we are going to sign an agreement as guided by the Constitution.
So what you're saying, is that there is a possibility that some of these doctors could come back to work even after you have an agreement, but there's also a possibility that some of them could actually be relieved of their duties because of the fact that they went on strike?
We have said that this is a protected strike. Their job is protected. We have not fired anybody.
And you will?
We are not planning to fire anybody.
Okay.
But on the other side, firing is not, it is a performance issue. Because if you come back and you don't perform, even if you don't perform, you'll be fired. But we are not going to give you a guarantee, no matter how you behave, you will never be fired. The point is, the clause that deals with firing will apply even after the constitution, even after the strike is over. So we allow you to come back. We won't fire you for the strike, but we expect when you come, you give services. We expect when you come, you go to the wards. We expect when you come, you do your work.
Okay.
But if you come and still don't give work, still don't do your things, the law will apply. That's exactly what
So,
I'm saying.
Dr. how are you intending to meet all the commitments that you've given here without meeting the demands of the doctors and ensure that quality services is received?
The misconception here is that there is a particular group of doctors who can give quality services. That's a misconception. We have doctors everywhere in the world. They can give quality services. It's not only the 70 members of the...
But they were working in Kiambu County.
Even them, they give very good quality services.
They were working. Okay.
And we are ready to bring them back and continue their work. No problem.
Oh, so you're ready to... Okay. If anything, we've established that the county government of Kiambu is ready to bring these doctors back. Those 10 issues that have been the issues of contention can actually be sorted. And they said, Dr. Morioki, they're not going to necessarily kick anybody out because they went on strike. You said it here. And perhaps we're going to the place where there will be an agreement then that will be signed, as we actually see WTFs all the time. The last question before we have to let both of you go at this hour, and I have to say, thank you for being able to do this morning. Where is the county governor of Kiambu in all of this conversation? Has he said anything? Has he addressed anybody? What would he have to say about how things have been working or not working in the county as concerns health up until this point? There have been too many murmurs, there have been too many stories, and yet we've not heard his voice about this, and you work directly under him.
The governor has pronounced himself very clearly, and he has said that he's elected to serve the people of Kiambu, and he's serving people of Kiambu. He has, despite the dispute, enabled us to hire more workers. He has increased the capacity of the hospitals. He has provided resources for all supplies required in Kiambu. He has led from the front in terms of solving this crisis. He has offered. The governor has met these people since he was elected. He has met them numerous times.
Has he met Dr. Morioki?
No.
You've never met him?
Straightforward answer, no.
Okay, that's never happened.
This is Dr. Morioki works in Njeri. He might not have met
the other doctors. The other doctors.
The other doctor leaders in Kiambu. The ones who work in Kiambu, he meets them. You can call them and ask them. I've even found them in his office.
Okay.
So he doesn't work there. He can't continue escalating things that don't exist. The workers who are the members who are workers of Kiambu, the governor has been to every hospital. I've accompanied him. He has had caucuses with workers. He has met the representatives. In the July of 2023, about 7 months after he was elected, the first function we did with the governor was promoting doctors. Even before they went on strike for promotion, we had promoted our doctors.
Okay.
In the next cycle, we were promoting. The governor has been on the forefront of improving health in Kiambu. The issue of the dispute, and that is why we are here, is because there are some constitutional issues that need to be sorted out.
So can we agree that you will pen to paper, I don't know, yes or no, that the victimization clause you will agree together with KMPD, yes or no?
We are ready to agree like yesterday.
Okay.
And we don't want any definitions. We just go to the Constitution, look what it says about victimization, put it in the agreement, bring it in the morning, we sign it before sunrise.
So we could actually start next week with these things going...
Even tomorrow.
And having been sorted out. There's a lot in terms of still underlying issues here, obviously. And I guess getting to the point where there was an admittance of an issue in the first place probably would have gotten us 50% of the way first time. There are those who are still asking questions about being paid. There are those who are saying, yes, I am a county government employee, looking for some of those things. So it seems as though there's a lot still to be answered and sorted out. Thank you, both of you, for being here. If we got to the point whereby there was, in word at least, an agreement to say that we'll have this sorted out, perhaps we've reached somewhere that we were not where we started.
Yes. It's just putting it to paper.
Putting it to paper and making an agreement.
As I said, do remember, they say they won't do it, but they don't want it on paper. And he somehow wants us to get a definition from the Constitution. And anybody who's ever read the Constitution knows it's not a dictionary. It doesn't give definitions of things. So let's just put it on paper. In fact, there's nothing more suspicious than telling someone, I will not do this, but don't make me commit it on paper. That is the first red flag. And as I said, this feels like a very toxic relationship with lots of red flags. But thank you, Ndu. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you both for being here. And let's hope that the next time we're having this conversation, we're talking about how we have those issues having been sorted out. Thank you so much. Dr. Bill Morioki is the KMPDU Regional Secretary, Central Kenya. So, Nyeri or not, you cover the area.
Yes.
Dr. Patrick Nyaga is a Chief Officer, Health Services, Kiambu County. Asante sana, both of you, for being here. It's 3 minutes past 9. Conversations continue. Good morning.
Okay, thank you.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Kiambu County government has dismissed reports that more than 130 newborns have died in the county since the start of a doctor strike in the devolved unit 128 days ago. County Chief Officer for Health Services Dr. Patrick Nyaga insists that there is no crisis in Kiambu 2 days after medical workers across the country threatened to join the strike should the government fail to address the escalating healthcare crisis in the county. Nyaga told SpiceFM that the situation in Kiambu has been blown out of proportion, adding that a sizable proportion of doctors are working.
If, for sure, a village lost 20 babies, there will be hue and cry in churches, there will be hue and cry in villages, there will be hue and cry in the hospitals, there will be hue and cry in families. You will not need to be given statistics by doctors to know there's a problem. The community would have said it. We have not had a community perspective where you're saying, like I can give you examples during COVID in this and this villages, we had 11 barriers within 7 days.
In a rejoinder, Dr. Bill Muriuki, KMPDU Regional Secretary Central Kenya, insisted that lives have been lost since late May when the doctors downed tools over delayed salaries, poor working conditions and ignored agreements.
Doctors, we don't keep numbers, statistics, hospitals do. If you see your sister paper, Daily Nation, publish those numbers on the front page. This is a reputable organization with big love, with big legal advice. They would not publish something they cannot verify. In fact, today, I'm sure you'll be aware that Standard has actually found the mothers of these babies who died, and they're going to publish their stories. So are also these people also imagining all these things that are not happening on the ground?
The Nairobi County government says it has paid health workers their July and August salaries a day after they marched to City Hall demanding their 3-month salary arrears. The only pending amounts are the third-party deductions for August and the full September salary. Charles Kerridge, the finance CEC, said in a statement on Thursday. Kerridge added that the county will clear the outstanding payments once the National Treasury releases the September equitable share allocation in the first week of October. Police in Kisumu County have launched an investigation into the murder of a 30-year-old man who died last night after being stabbed several times by unknown assailants. Kisumu West Sub-County Police Commander Phantom Analo confirmed the incident as the family called on investigative agencies to conduct a thorough probe.
Silas ni mtoto wetu watatu, tuko tu watoto watatu. Silas ndiye alikuwa last born kwetu. Lakini kwa saa hizi alikuwa tu kijana mmoja. Kwa saa hizi tuko na huzuni sana. Cause hiyo kifo yake. Silas amekufa kifo ya uchungu sana. Hata statement tukifuatilia, statement mwingine akisema hii, mwingine anasema hii. Sasa situjui alifanya nini. Jamani, hata kama mtu amekosa, kuna tia unashika mtu anapelekwa kwa polisi. Mbona amefanyiwa hivyo jamani? Sisi tunataka tu justice.
In Kilifi County, the High Court has sentenced a middle-aged man to 25 years in prison after being convicted of sexually assaulting an 11-year-old girl. His principal magistrate, Ivy Wasike, sentencing Elijah Murimi.
Na nikiangalia hayo yote, kotini na kuhukumu miaka 25 gerezani. Mlalamishi atapewa ushauri na saha na afisa wa watoto wa gatuzi ndogo la Kilifi Kaskazini. Hili kitendo lilitendeka wakati mtoto anaenda madukani na lilitekelezwa kwa njia ya unyama sana.
President Donald Trump has said he and his budget director will work out which Democrat agencies to cut as the U.S. government shutdown approaches its third day. He suggested Republicans should seize the opportunity to, as he put it, clear out dead wood, and gave no hint of concessions to Democratic demands that legislation funding the government should include healthcare insurance subsidies. Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill, meanwhile, continued to blame each other for failing to keep federal agencies open. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers are staying home while others worked without pay. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Looking for convenience, variety, and speed all in one place? Welcome to Digger Shop, the official e-commerce platform by Standard Group PLC. From the latest electronics and fashion must-haves to home essentials and unique Kenyan crafts, we've got it all. And guess what? Enjoy countrywide delivery within 48 hours straight to your doorstep. Shop smart, shop secure, and shop with confidence. Visit shop.digger.co.ke. That is shop.digger.co.ke. Digger Shop. Dig it, shop it, love it.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so you've been able to drink some water and you've been able to take a breather. It's 12 minutes after 9 o'clock and into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Friday. And so we've come out of a 2-hour conversation trying to say, okay, can we sort out this issue? Did it take for you to come out into the public and say, okay, fine, there was an issue, number one. Can it be sorted? Yes. Will we sign? We can. You know, it's too long, essentially, as we say, long in the tooth for that to be sorted. But there were some things that were said. And in order to get some kind of clarification, the Secretary General of the KMPDU is now here with us. Dr. Daf Giatella is here in the Situation Room this morning. Good morning, Dr.
Good morning, Joe. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yes.
In the last 2 hours, your name has come up. Quite some. And the union has come up. And there's a need for clarification on some things. So thank you so much for coming here this morning. But before we get into that, this is such an apt proverb that Dennis is sharing today. Let's get your interpretation of it.
We are in the Comoros, a country that borders Madagascar, the Indian Ocean, and they push the economy when it comes to matters to do with fishing, vanilla, and remittances that their citizens from abroad send back home. But let's go to the proverb. Words are like spears. Once released, they cannot return. How would you interpret that?
Yeah, I'll interpret that we have to be very careful when we say things or handle things, because when we say things out of emotions, when we come after anger or any situations, it is very difficult to take back whatever you have said, to take back injury that has caused. That's how I interpret it.
A lot has been said against you, as you showed the last few minutes, you know. And with that brings us to this conversation. SG, do you have powers from the ministry to direct doctors to withdraw their services from Kiambu?
Or any county, for that matter.
Any county.
I have powers that is enshrined in the Constitution of Kenya and in the Union Constitution that I get from the elective position of membership to actually handle labor matters, to the point that we can withdraw workers from their workstations as a form of industrial actions to bargain for the rights of workers. But then we don't have powers to withdraw workers from the workstations in times like the ones for interns.
Okay.
But interns are members of the union and they can go on strike. Like when strike is on, they can participate in the strike. The case of Kiambu is a bit unique in the sense that the doctors have been on strike from May. Interns were posted in July. And we had hopes that the strike would not go for long, because the issues that we asked in this particular strike were straightforward, the things that every other county is doing. And therefore, that's why when interns were posted, we knew it was going to go well. By end of July, the county resorted to employing other doctors, about 70 of them, who then began writing out their issues, that they cannot manage certain complications because they're not consultants. The interns who have logbooks to be filled could not proceed. We asked the ministry that internship is a 1-year period. And therefore, if the interns in Kiambu, the doctor interns in Kiambu are going to be there, the way the county is handling this strike, they're going to be affected. Because you'll be paid salary, but then you're not trained. So it means that the next year you will go for internship for free. So we told the minister, can you intervene for this matter to end? The minister wrote to the Kiambu County, told Kiambu County, handle this strike issue. Otherwise, the interns who have been sent there, 700 of them, are being affected. The CS Duale actually organized a meeting for the union leadership and the governor, booked an appointment. I remember it was on 3rd of June. We had a flight to ILO in Geneva, me and chairman of the union. But when the minister called us, we cancelled that and went to have a meeting with the governor. The governor did not turn up. We stayed there. They came back the next day. There was no meeting. And therefore we come and provide the CS. Yes, we had cancelled all these trips to end this, but there's no progress. We continue engaging, but there was nothing moving. So the minister wrote to Kiambu County on 26th of August that if the interns are not, if the strike is not resolved by 15th of September, then we will have no otherwise but to redeploy them to other institutions where they can actually get services and where they can offer services and train as necessary. 15th of September lapsed. There was no reply whatsoever from the county. Then now, by 1st of October, the ministry indicated that now we have to redeploy because 4 months have gone. There is possibility of the 5th month going, and then the 6th month. It's going to interfere with the internship calendar because we want the new lots of interns to be posted. We're going to have these interns affected. Therefore, interns were to pick the letter beginning 1st of October. These ones, doctor interns, the interns from the all the interns. Why? Because there's no services in the hospital. There are no consultants. Why? Because the Kiambu County now is run on PR. So it's a directive that they knew. They try to cover it, but facts are stubborn. Without actually offering services, you can't say they're offering. Without having consultants, you can't have training. That's why the interns were transferred. They knew it coming, but they dismissed it. Just the same way we gave them a strike notice and dismissed it. Because they say, if we have 350 doctors, we can actually have a county functioning with 70 doctors. And the likes of Nyaga are the same type of people we had in Laikipia in 2019, when a chief officer who is a doctor will misadvise the governor, will misadvise the administration and say, no, things are okay. We don't need doctors to run the hospital. And deaths occur. Because with doctors, with services, you either get treated as a patient or you get your situation escalating, deteriorating.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, look, it's good that you're here because there's certain things that have been put out that only you can either confirm or deny. And one of the things that has come through, which I find some kind of confusion, it was said very many times, and the current principal secretary for medical services in the Ministry of Health is a former Union Secretary General, held the same position that you currently hold.
Yeah.
And what we are being told today, and we're just going to go through this slowly, so, and not, of course, not for you because you get it, but for those who are listening in so that we can understand, that it had been made clear to the ministry, and this is taking into consideration from the PS's perspective, and not just at his level, but from the CS level, that it had been made clear that in Kiambu County there's a problem. Yeah. And what we are saying is that the doctors who are working in that situation then be redeployed because we need to fix this thing that's happening here. And in the meantime, we cannot have the staff continue in this manner. So far, so good? All right. The county says that this is at the influence of the union. That these letters that are coming from the ministry to redeploy medical workers is from the influence of the PDU by virtue of the fact that there's still a very tight relationship between the PS and the union because he was a former union man. Now, we also see the same letters going to clinical officers. We see the same letters going to the Nurses' Council. What kind of power does KMPDU have that would influence a principal secretary to write this letter at the advice of the CS for doctors, for nurses, for clinical officers in the same county? How?
Ignorance is never a virtue. And when a person in the capacity of a chief officer comes to the studio and make far-fetched propaganda and arguments, it shows us why this strike has gone for so long. It's actually a manifestation of the failure and the incompetence in the persons in actually handling their job. I am saying ignorance because the Ministry of Health has roles for different persons. The Principal Secretary for Medical Services, Dr. Luga, is in charge of the parastatals, level 6 hospitals, the SHA project, and the SHA, and all these others. While the Principal Medical Services, Mary Mudoni, is in charge of professional standards, which is now the interns, the issues of the CBA negotiations, all these matters. And even the deployment of interns is done in the Department of Mary Mudoni, the PS Public Service and Professional Standards. So the insinuation that there is influence or that there is the influence of the former union leader is far-fetched and is actually a display of somebody who is running away from their responsibility. That's one. Number two, when people are on strike, when doctors, 300 of them are on strike, 200 consultants are on strike, who have trained and have speciality to actually offer particular unique services that themselves only can offer, are not at work. It just takes a blind person to imagine that, no, there is somebody else or 70 other medical officers can replace them and offer those particular services. You get me? So them denying that the services are offered in the normal way it has always been. Where have they got the 200 consultants who are on strike? Where have they gotten all the 300 doctors who are on strike? It's not possible. The fact that interns were posted there, they were posted to empty shells with an hope that the strike will resolve. So interns go to different departments. You have those going to psychiatric department. We have those going to the maternity department. Those going to surgery. We have those going. We have those in pharmacy. We have those in dental. It means that you must have these consultants working there. Now, when they are on strike and they are in those particular rotations, it means they're going to be the primary caregivers in those particular situations. It means they're the same ones who also need to handle complications. They'll be the first one in line, the second one in line, the third, and there's no any other recourse whenever there are any complications. So, what do we expect in that scenario? That they will not be trained as expected. They will offer services, but then there's nobody to guide them and give the services that is needed. And therefore, the outcomes will not be as expected.
Dr. You see, as we have this discussion now, the issue has been the 10 points, the 10 issues that are on contention. We've seen that this is a matter that has escalated all the way to court. And there are the last two clauses, the clause on victimization where there is a problem. And the county has it's what it wants, and there is what the KMPDU wants. Where's the problem? Why can't you just get to agree on that? Why is this clause the problem in ending this stalemate? Can't you just sit and agree?
You know, we're dealing with very dishonest people. We are dealing with people that are drunk with power, people that are entitled, people who do not have regard to the very dignity of healthcare workers, the healthcare services in those particular counties. I don't know whether it was mentioned, but we have cited the county government of Kiambu workers for contempt. The chief officer here is a criminal now that is almost being jailed by the court because we have, and that's why they were meeting us, because the contempt jailing was hanging on them. So we had to meet down and agree on the 10 issues. We agreed. And the judge, Mungai, said, now go and sign this particular consent and bring for filing. They had promised to promote it within 2 weeks. That is 2 months ago. They promised to pay statutory deductions. They said they're going to pay the salaries. All those things they said they're going to do. Until we said, okay, fine, let's go and sign. When we reached to sign the agreement 2 months ago, they say, now we have to redefine the victimization. And I'm like, is it the first time a strike is happening in this country? I have signed more than 300 return to work formulas, even for the national strike. What is it that is unique about Kiambu County that we need to redefine a clause that just say you are legally allowed to be on strike as per the law? So that was the full point 2 months ago. So now again we're going to contempt. The contempt was not expunged. We're actually proceeding with that. That shows you that we're dealing with people who are dishonest. We have agreed on these matters 2 months ago. 2 months have lapsed. They have not implemented as directed by the court, which was expunging them from being jailed. We are proceeding back to court, and they're going to say we haven't agreed on our victimization, that we have not paid the salaries. It's that issue. So the strike that we have currently in the county is about the ego display of the governor. It's about the ego of the chief officer. It's about that who will blink first, because they don't want to pay the 7-month salaries that have not been paid. They're saying, and despite that, whatever we are asking for, they have not done them. They have given us promissory notes on those 10 issues. The promissory note that we took 2 months ago and have not been implemented. So essentially, it is the attitude, the wrong attitude that the county has, which is well displayed from the chief officer as it speaks, because then he is a representation of the leadership. And that's what has made us to be up to this point, that they don't care. They feel like everything can be covered with the public relations. We will say, no, the hospitals are working and it's going to work. But in that essence, people are going to lose their life. Yesterday, I was having a discussion with one of the mothers who actually lost the baby in the hospital. It's quite a sad situation, because doctors' role every time is to treat patients. Now, when this mother had a preterm baby in the hospital, for 3 months, it was okay. But now, when the strike began, the county told him, no, we are okay. So the first month, it's just the interns who are there, And a few of the people they employed who were not experienced on this, they're handling. 1 month down the line, she lost the baby. So she was like, had she known, she would have just left the hospital when the doctors left. But see, now the person who takes the full accountability is the county. Because county will lie, things are okay. You go to the hospital, you get admitted, then you get complications, and the outcome is different. So they have to, and that's why we keep on saying now, the issue has to be escalated. It's not longer an issue of the governor. It's no longer the issue of just the chief officer. It's an issue of a Kenyan who voted for a president.
Okay.
It's an issue that we know that we have one Ministry of Health. It's an issue that we know that we have one exchequer where all this money is come from. So do we then need to have this Kiambu County healthcare taken back to national? I saw the MP saying it yesterday. And there's a rallying call that we will identify ourselves with. Because if county is unable to provide the care that is much needed by the people, then a bigger call then comes to the head of state. A bigger call comes to the country that what is the issue? Do we serve people's ego or we serve the Kenyans who elected us? The MPs have spoken, the MCS are speaking, the doctors are speaking, and everybody else is speaking. It can't be that everyone is wrong except this cocoon or cabal of individuals.
So even as we talk about that, and because that it still remains a conversation that's still very much front and center of what will happen in the coming days. And, days, not weeks, Davji. That needs to be sorted out because we can have ego play and all of this. But there are people who are unwell that need to be treated. There are people who need these services. But even while that is happening, the KMPDU has also said, not just Kiambu, but other counties in the country will actually call for strike notices. You've named a few already. And some of the issues that you talk about, unpaid salaries and arrears, excuse me, lack of medical cover, stalled promotions, unfulfilled agreements, unremitted deductions. And we're talking about Nakuru, Laikipia, Kajiado, Nairobi. And you're saying, you know what? You issued a 14-day nationwide strike notice over the government's failure to pay salary arrears in an agreed 2017 CBA. And you said, you know what, guys, let's get serious. If this doesn't happen, then countrywide we're going to shut it down. Is that the case?
There's a big difference now that we have with national government and county government. And I must display that the kind of attitude and responsiveness that we have from the Ministry of Health and from the national government we have not experienced before, where we have agreements signed and they're actually getting implemented. We had a meeting with the CS Duale around 10th of April when we just appointed. There's some raft of things that he told us are going to implement, like posting of doctor interns. It was the first time interns were posted and paid the first month on service without us having to demonstrate. And they're being paid the CBA rate of the 206,000. That was one good thing. Secondly, we had arrears that were owed to doctors for 7 years. He told us, we are going to pay this. And the second batch of that arrears was paid in this month. Actually, doctors of all across the entire country have received this money. The issues of postgraduate. So the ministry, headed by Duale and Oluga and Mudoni, are doing their job. They're actually implementing even the SRC circulars that have been provided, the PhD circulars. But then we have a problem. That health is not just nationally run. Health is also devolved. The counties have a role to play. But what are counties doing? Counties are not doing their role, part of the role. For example, the SRC recommendations on the wage change, that was done last year. No county has done. No county has implemented. So we came down as all unions and say it is not possible that our counterparts in all the ministries headed by the Ministry of Health have their wages implemented, but then the 47 counties are not implementing. So we gave them a notice as entire union sector that they must act that within 7 days. Otherwise, we're going to have a joint action for the entire union fraternity. That's one. Number two, just before Number two, we have some counties who delay deliberately in paying salaries because you cannot explain why Nairobi County has not paid wages for 3 months and a county like Kwale has paid up to the month of September. You can't explain why Nakuru County colludes and do a hazard promotion. There's a promotion that's being done. Nakuru County will decide, and out of the list of 100 doctors, they look at which ones they reward individuals and hide. They reward 10 or 20 out of the people. The board, the county public service board there will be asking for bribes for those things. So why will that be happening in Nakuru? You'll say Kajiado County statutory reduction loans have been paid for over 2 years or 3 years. You'll find a county like Migori, whereby a governor goes down, fights with an MCA, and then he knows that this MCA wife is a doctor. The governor then organizes with the cabal, that is the county public service board chair, and fires this doctor. It happens in Migori. where Governor Chilayako actually fires a doctor because they have disagreed with an MCA in the parliament. So those are the problems that we cannot entertain as a union or as workers, because it is not personalized. So these are things that we are facing and say this has to change. And we get problems with counties because they don't honor agreements. They get so personalized on matters.
Dr. You've mentioned both levels of government, national government at the ministry and how it's doing its job. Your demands are being met. Let's go to the counties, and there seems to be a problem at the counties. I just want to drop the question that you talk about Kiambu County, and perhaps maybe it needs to go back to the national government. Have the county governments let down Kenyans on matters healthcare? And if they are not able to deal with matters healthcare, should it go back to the national government?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of variation that comes in. You know, when you go to Wajir, like we went to visit Wajir last weekend, a week ago, and we look at the history, how the county was with 2 doctors, and now the devolution has made it to have over 70 doctors, and how the healthcare system is, you realize there's some difference. So for marginalized counties, or which are former district, there is notable changes that are seen. But when you come to overall healthcare in the counties, there's a problem. When you come to the overall number of doctors that are being employed every year, there's a problem. Before, when health was centrally in the ministry, doctors, nurses was employed annually, over 1,000 of them. All those who were graduating were getting employed. But now we have a big shortage in the counties, but there's no employment. There's no budget for that particular employment. So there's a shortage in the hospitals. Number 2, those who are few in those particular county hospitals are overworked. There's no leave. And then you're overworked amidst your wages not paid on time. You are not going on leave and your salary are not paid 3 months, 4 months. This is a conversation that has been there for 10 years.
But Davji, this is we've been talking about this for a while. That people don't go on leave. You're working, I don't know how many hour shifts. You're about to bust something in your brain. But it's from governor to governor. This problem has crossed over from one governmental administration to another across counties, and still it's not being sorted out. So are you saying that because of this, it's time we say, you know what, start from the beginning, reset this whole thing? Or are you saying take health and take it back to national?
It's a very ideal conversation because, as I said, even in the ministry, we've had 4 ministers. I realized that we are fighting with every minister except this current minister. That is the current secretary we have. So it means that he knows what he's doing.
Okay.
But then, even with the policy, things that need to be known when they are to be implemented with 47 governors, you'll get about 15 of them are mad people. You get about 10 of them don't care about anything, are PR people. So maybe only 20 of them are doing this job. So the fact that we have to bend down to the egos of 47 people to have healthcare functional or standardized, that becomes a problem. Look at now the issue of the UHC. The national government has said, we have 6.2 billion, let's have these people put on permanent and pensionable terms. The president gave a declaration that any other cost that may be needed to give these UHC the PNP letters, we will cover. The governor said, no, we don't trust you. Why? Because this money will be paid now, 6.2 billion, but we have to say it is the equitable share next year to give these PNP letters. We know that all the money that goes to county as exchequer comes from the budget. So if it has been agreed, then why do you subject these workers to another waiting period out of your distrust? Those are the concerns that you're having. That's why there's a problem. You realize that SRC has given a standard guideline across the country. COG comes up and says, no, we can't implement it. And they don't implement it the first year and the second year. Therefore, that becomes a problem. And now we are saying, and it's a reality, that when we have healthcare as decentralized in different counties, there's a problem. We need to have a demarcation. To what level? Do we take the primary level 2 to 3 or to 4 for counties and they manage? Then we take these other levels to national. Why? Because then a budget will be set differently. We'll have the budget for healthcare workers, just the same way we have for the police, the same way we have for the teachers. And there's been a repeated indignification of Kenyans by the governors. We saw in Laikipia when doctors were fired for 40 months, when the situation was bad, how many people died that otherwise would have been saved? We saw the same in Kirinyaga. We have seen the same in so many other counties where even drugs are not being procured. So the standardization is a problem. And now we are seeing it also in Kiambu. Do you know that the scenario in Kiambu will not have been in existence if healthcare was centrally managed. Because then the ego of the governor would not be an issue.
They wouldn't
Just
come
the
to play.
same way we've had in other places. It will have been sorted because it's the right thing to do.
How does that play against the model of devolution, which the Constitution essentially guarantees, whereby you'll have smaller pockets for manageable processes of resources and healthcare and education and things like that? How would you see, well, maybe not education, but that you see manageable pockets of things? How does that play against the devolution model? Or are we saying that, no, we've tried it for 14 years, it's not working, let's take it back and see how it would work if it was centralized?
And you and me agree that the issues of infrastructure, that is brick and mortar for constructing hospitals, counties have done so well. We can go to every county and see big hospitals that are being constructed that are actually visible. But when you come to service delivery in those hospitals, there has to be, people must get care. The essence of an hospital being built is that you get to the hospital, you see a doctor. You go to the lab and you get the diagnosis. You get drugs. You get admitted, go to theater if you're supposed to go. That is the essence of service provision. But when you have a structure that is 7-star, and then there are no healthcare workers in it, or there are no drugs, or there are no equipment, then it remains a 7-star building that otherwise should not exist in the first place. So that's what we are seeing. So it means that must be a way that politicians are left for things that enhance politics, like constructions of those hospitals. They can be left for counties, like the primary health care for health centers that can be done. But now the actual health delivery need to be relooked into. Why? Because we are seeing consistent problems that are occurring. County keep on saying that they have exceeded their budget. They've gone into 50% of their budget in paying for wages. If that is the case, it means that they can't offer the care, because for them to employ more healthcare workers, for them to promote these healthcare workers, for them to get the drugs, then they will have over-exceeded this PFM Act. Why then can't we just then have a centralized body that handles this health workforce? It could even be that COG that then is constitutionally made to make things move. And the law, the Constitution are not just made for the sake of it. They are made to make sure things are better. The moment we have problems in healthcare because of a particular article of the Constitution or a particular part of the law, then that's why people need to rise up and decide how do we change this particular thing. So that's where we are with most of these counties, because there is a lot of dishonesty. And I told you, out of 47 people, you must get some who are mad. You might get some who are not interested. And we have a tendency as a country, and even in the world, that mostly we elect mad people who don't care, but can talk.
Dr. You see, as the battles continue between counties, national government, and the unions, at the end of that tale is a Kenyan who needs service. It is not a question of doctors are not there, so we will continue playing this egoistic behavior on who is the bigger guy. In Kiambu County yesterday, we saw 126 babies died. Maternal deaths continue to go up. And these would have been the conversation in terms of we are offering service so that Kenyans can have a better life, because the Constitution mandates that. In your own assessment, seems like it's politics being played, the game of egos. Do they care in terms of Kenyans are dying and perhaps they need better services?
I think most of the governors, most of the counties are so much concerned in the image they portray. I mean, we had a strike in Machakos where the only thing that was visible was the ambulance and the front part. The all wards were empty. And it went for 2 months. It's until the day that the media exposed the situation that the strike was called off, that there was agreement. That's the same display that every county has. In reality, what happens, or what has been happening in Kiambu County, and what will continue to happen, is catastrophic. It is not right. It is not something that should be in any way be condoned. That particular individuals who are in leadership can actually try to cover things that are happening. And that's why there's a reality that people need healthcare. Doctors ought to offer services in the hospital, not at home. But you cannot do that when you are not supported. By the way, if doctors are not paid their salaries, if they're not given the equipment and the drugs that they need to offer those services, then their role will just be supervise those deaths in the hospitals. So the reality that some of the actions we take in these strikes is to make it possible to have the much needed healthcare for the public in those hospitals.
Right.
Yes. So in reality, for Kiambu County, what is needed is accountability. We said it, and I can say it today. We are ready to sign a return to work formula to end the strike in Kiambu even now. Because if they say that they will do those things, which we have agreed for the fourth time, even though there are being promises, why then should they take us into circles by wanting to victimize doctors, by not wanting to pay them salaries? It is them that are on strike. And it is them that then accountable for what is happening. Because for us, we are ready to go back even now.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the ministry at a national level where, you've said it, not once, but you seem to have a forward-thinking, a forward-looking cabinet secretary of health at the moment. And I haven't heard you say that about anyone else of the last three that have been there in the last 2 years. But for some reason, you believe that CS Dwale understands it. He's not a medical man. He's not a doctor. But he seems to have something that you are thinking he understands. Play this out for us in terms of the other things that we see taking place on the ground, whereby there's the whole SHA debacle, whether we are not quite sure what's going on with that. So many things also coming into play here where Linda Mama worked and now it doesn't. So now we're hearing that it's Linda Jami. And so here you have a CS who's forward thinking and is probably going to fix a lot of the things that are happening. Again, he's not a medical man. And you've also vouched for have a doctor to manage things in the Ministry of Health. This is a very clear case that he's not one, but he seems to resonate. With all the things that are happening, SHA working, not working, monies sent, not sent, healthcare being provided, not being provided. Do you think he can work it through?
I'm not a politician.
Okay.
Neither am I a student of politics. But I speak about things that happen. If, for example, I talked about the CS, it's based on the return to work formula that we signed on May 2024.
Yes.
It's not the first time we signed that work formula with the government. Neither have we not signed or return to work formula with counties, which you end up having strikes. So when these gentleman comes to office and we have a meeting on 10th of April and have timelines on when these things will be implemented, the issue of, as I said, posting of medical interns and payment of these interns as per the CBA, with a budget of over 9 billion, that is done. When you agree
you can
about
see it, it's happening.
It's done.
Okay.
And actually, there are 6,000 interns who are at the internship centers being paid the right wages based on that agreement, which was making us to fight and which made us to push for Nakumja to leave, and which none of these people before could stand for it. When the issue of the UHC comes in and it addresses the UHC when they're demonstrating that within 3 weeks I'll solve this matter and you'll be paid the right harmonized wages. They are being paid that in this September. It's not a story anymore. When there are arrears for doctors that we had to go on strike for, that even in December for them to be paid, we had to actually want to go on strike again. He said they'll be paid within the financial year. They were paid, it was paid in September. Like the doctors in the 47 counties received the money. When we agreed that the money for ministry doctors would be paid, it was paid. When we talked about postgraduate fees being approved, this was not approved since 2019. And when we discussed it, it was approved in August 2025. So the elements of the things that we have agreed that are done are not fictitious, are not political things. They're things that affect the lives of each and every individual doctors, wherever they are, in terms of their arrears, in terms of the internship, in terms of even the fees. So that's the reality. And therefore, these doctors are then motivated to offer the services. That's one side. On the issue of SHA, we as a union stood up against SHA in 2023. And then went to court about it, litigated it. And there's so many issues that we talked about that were challenges in SHA. You remember that at that time, the MPs, members of parliament, approved or passed it without a dot or a comment on it.
Right.
But who was the minister? It was not Duale at that time. There was another minister who was in charge of the process. So it is, I believe, dishonesty or an act of dishonesty for parliamentarians who went through this act and passed it to come and start accusing the minister. That's the first problem. Because if there's an issue, they need to sort it out. They need to recall this document and say, what is it that we need to fix? Like number one thing, which is okay, which is good, we support. Number one thing is this issue of, let's call it, it's insurance bias, whereby in NHIF, you're supposed to, when you pay, you have to stay for 6 months before you start accessing care. In Social Health Authority, you pay, you go to the hospital, you are sick. You're being told that for mean testing, you're supposed to pay 3,600. You pay 3,600 and the patient approves 200,000, they pay. You go to the, so that's the reality about what SHA is. That's different from NHIF. We said that one needs more money in SHA. when that is happening. And that's what, when you hear what Dr. Lesenga has been saying, that every month, SHA spends like 9.5 billion in hospitals, while NHIF, while they collect about 6.5 billion. I don't have the statistic, but that's what has been said, which to me is a good thing. Why? It's a good thing that the number of Kenyans that are approved to get care is more than what is being collected.
Yeah.
So what will be the solution of the unpaid wages in SHA or unpaid services that have been offered by private hospitals? What will be the crisis? What will be the solution? Because the crisis means that Kenyans have gone to these private hospitals and gotten care. So the crisis is good that people have gotten care. The only issue that people have not been, the hospitals have not been paid. So number one thing is that the issue of the indigent. That they say there's more money being injected in SHA. It means that they can pay this bill. Number two, it means that we as Kenyans must ensure that more people register and pay up to increase the funds in this particular SHA. The other thing is the parliamentarians. Because they passed this act, and this act needs more money, like in the primary health care. So it means that the parliamentarians, health committee, need to sit down and say, okay, how much do we inject more to ensure that once these services are offered, then they're paid? Because if the service that have been offered is 90 billion, it means that Kenyans have gone to the hospitals and SHA's approved for 90 billion. If it means that 60 billion has been paid, there's a deficit of 30 billion. So our conversation should not be, is it working? That is not a question anymore, because hospitals have offered services to that amount. The issue is the amount that has been paid is less than the amount that is owed, which in this case, how do we get that cleared? That, I think, is a crisis which is not bad, in the sense that healthcare need to be offered by the government, healthcare need to be provided by people paying. So then people need to come up into it. I think that is the clear solution. On the flip side, we look at this issue of before the ICU in NHIF it's about 4,000. When SHA came in, it was 4,000 per day. When we all complained, it increased to 27 to 28,000 per night. So that was a bigger increase over seven times. Meaning those understand, and this happened also when the minister came in. There's also this issue of the oncology. I was actually a victim of it because of my parents. My father has been was getting this 600,000 every year for his oncology treatment. But when SHA came in, it was reduced to 300,000. When this became a concern, and the first month of his office, this was increased to 550. I don't complain that there are no issues, but the issues that are there, the way he has been responsive in them is different. Another thing that I'll keep saying is the publication of the hospitals that have been paid. To me, that is a good thing, because before we used to hear that hospitals have been paid and we didn't know which one. So when that has been brought out to the public, for us to say, okay, this hospital 1, 2, 3 has been paid, we then have all the reasons to say whatever we can say, but then we are seeing what has been paid. The other thing, which has both good sides and other sides, is the issue of stopping facilities in parts of fraud. You know, for a long time, we're being told NHIF has frauds, that they're cartels. But then the former minister will single out one person and say, this is the person who is doing cartel. There was no time that they're being said, no, now these are frauds. And it used to come after payments have been done. Now, based on the system that Dr. Mwangangi and Dr. Marion and the team in SHA and Dr. Oluga, the SHA team have put up, is that before they pay, whenever they have questions, they flag you out. Which is a good thing, because then that prevents the pilferage of public funds. The only thing that we have concern with is that this should be fast-tracked. It should be a quick process. It should be that if you're flagged, it takes more weeks to that to be sorted. But in reality, that is a way to ensure that there's accountability. Yeah. So, and then there's also this concern of the 360 geographical issue, which I believe with conversations, they can be sorted. I have had conversation with Oluga. And Luga has confessed that with the minister we have now, they have the conversations and get things done, get things moving. The same thing the PS has said, and the same thing other bodies are saying. So it then means what has always been lacking, because I've seen these different people having engagement, is whereby people address each other. You say this and you mean this with no solution put in place. Yes.
So let's talk about SHA the way we are at the moment. So we have many more Kenyans accessing the services, but you equally have many more Kenyans who have registered but are not paying. And for us to be able to get the universal healthcare as promised, then everybody has to come on board and pay. And Parliament as well needs to retract the act and look at how we will meet the deficit. So are we having this discussion so that we sort out this problem once and for all, starting from the legislators themselves to find a solution equally, and the government to find how it will ensure that everyone who is in the system is paying?
You know, there was a provision in the Act that was to ensure that. That it was saying that if you are not paid up or you're not paying up your SHA, then you are not to access any public services.
Yes.
You are not to get your birth certificate, you get marriage certificate, death certificate, all those things. We went to court because we found that to be unconstitutional. And the reality, from some of the articles in that particular act that was removed are such ones. But then it's our responsibility as Kenyans to know that if I have gone to the hospital, and for sure I paid, this is an honest conversation, not even politics. I have paid for my, let's say, my house manager 5,000, and they've been paid for their bills. Or they go to a primary health facility and they access the care, then it is our responsibility to ensure that people pay up. And tell people that it is not possible to have care for free. If you don't pay up, then somebody else is not going to access this care. The also other responsibility for the government, where they say the primary health care is free. Parliamentarians should be the last people to be on the streets claiming that these things are not working. Because when you are elected in the office, you have a mandate and a responsibility to offer services. So if the primary health care is said to be free, and the money is said to be limited, that has not paid facilities, approve more money. Because then that will give us a solution that we need. But most of the things, most of the good things are lost in political rhetorics. Because somebody wants to say, this was good, this was bad, but we have to come and say, what is it being offering? When we had a concern as a union, when the civil servant across the country was removed from SHA, from NHIF, the NHIF Civil Servant Comprehensive Cover, it was removed in SHA. That is the transition clause number 5. We had a concern with that. We had a concern when the Edu Afia was removed. We had a concern when Linda Mama was removed. So we had to come to understanding that what is the replacement of these particular health services. And that's when we had discussion with the ministry and with SHA that the Civil Servant Comprehensive Cover, instead of taking that money, over 10 billion, to private insurance, that money needs to be taken to SHA because then it becomes a joint big money. The same thing is now happening for the teachers. Instead of taking 20 billion to Jubilee and Yons, and these are public servant, put the money into SHA. Because then with that, we have a bigger pool. The same thing, when you look at the benefit packages that have been put there for, let's say, for maternity, compare 1-to-1 with what was there in Linda Mama, you realize that this one is superior. But because of politics, there's a different conversation. That's why I'm saying I'm not what? I am not a politician. There has to be, we have to design facts. What is it in this? What can be challenged in this and what can be fixed in this. With that, we have a real conversation that actually is going to benefit all of us. Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, even as we're looking at a lot of a lot of moving parts at the same time, you've talked about, I mean, maybe not necessarily calling it so, but a health service commission probably is required to streamline a lot of the operations along, because teachers have it, and to an extent it seems to be working for teachers because they know who's going where, they know how much is being paid, they know who's being hired. That is all being sorted out from a central place. What has gripped most people's attention at the moment is SHA and how it is going to work or not work. Do you think there's benefit? And this is probably going to be the last bit that we talk about. Is there benefit? Because when we, first of all, communication around SHA, admittedly by the ministry, at the time when it started its rollout, communication around it and how it's going to work was lacking. Is there not a need for constant communication from the ministry in terms of what will work? If I have a bill of 800,000 shillings, I want to know ahead of time that at the very least 700,000 shillings is going to be paid because of the fact that I have contributed, number one. Number two, you're asking me to contribute 12 months upfront. Then surely, if I go to hospital, I'm going to hope that I'm not going to have to go and look for more money because you've told me that this is how the thing is going to work. Had you not told me that, perhaps I'm going to be thinking of something else that I need to do. But people have been told that this is what's going to happen. From a union point of view, from a medical practitioner's point of view, how should this communication work? So at the very least, folks know what they ought to be doing.
I think there has to be a clear communication from all of us, knowing that healthcare can never be free. And that's why when you don't have health insurance, you go to the hospital, people sell their lands, people sell their cows, People sell their properties to get the care, and therefore there's need for everybody to have insurance. We see in these Western countries that it's called social services. You must have, it's like a requirement.
Yes.
You must have it. There has to be mechanisms that governments put this in place. We have those who are salaried are able to have the deductions from salary to take this part of this. We have seen what happens in Thailand and now what's happening in South Africa, where they have come to realization with the fact that if you are an informal sector where your salaries or your wages are not determined, it is almost impossible to contribute monthly. So what have they decided to do? They decided to put it as there's like a government contributions to all this. So you look at the informal sector, what is it that's going to be put up to ensure that everybody is covered? Is in what means? Like, let me say, part of tax, then covering this particular healthcare, so that wherever hospital you go, because you have the ID, you access this care. This will be an easier way to handle that rather than asking the informal sector to pay.
Right.
But now that we are there, the most important thing is to make people understand and see the value. That here you'll pay 3,600 per year, but when you're sick, when your household are sick, you access the care.
Yes.
And if you don't pay, then when you pay at that point, somebody else will not access the care. So that is the balance that need to be known. That is the education that we need to have. It needs to come from the Ministry of Health. It needs to come from the counties, in the churches, in the union, and everywhere else. Because at the end of the day, when social authority is not working, even doctors don't have jobs.
Does it make sense?
When insurance is not working, even the doctors can't see the patients.
Sure.
Because they must be able to access care for doctors to work.
So alongside with that communication, there have been arguments that, there are a lot of people who operate within the miniature economy. A lot of people, whereby you're spending, give or take, 150 shillings, 200 shillings per day. Does it make sense to have a program whereby if you're collecting 20 shillings every day, every 3 days from 1 million people into this system, it makes a difference? Can you say that for those who look at 500 shillings times 12 at 6,000 shillings at once, it's a lot of money.
It is.
But when you look at it, 20 shillings every day, when you're buying your food and whatever, if you put it into the pool in the long run, then it would make a difference. Should that be part of this kind of communication that we have?
Yeah, I think that now, that's why the ministry has employed competent people in SHA. I saw the last time they employed Dr. Marion who was to be the union and Secretary General of KMA.
Yes.
We've seen Massimo Wangangi, we've seen Dr. Luga there. We've seen all these. We've seen Professor Jaoko in these benefits and packages. We've seen quite competent individuals in these. And I think that's what I think people need to explore. What innovative mechanisms will ensure that there's a maximum collection and there's more funds in the social authority? And then what, again, the parliament should look at what will ensure that these hospitals are actually offering services. They don't have to wait for a longer period because there's no funds there, and put an adequate budget for this primary health care, which I think they've tried to increase it now. I think it's at 13 billion. But if we need to have 50 billion, why can't they just give it to the ministry, to Kenyans to access the care? Because as we say in Do, health can never be free, Dennis. It has to be paid for. And if the insurance is not working, you have to use out of pocket.
To sort
out
it out.
Out of 10, how would you rate the healthcare in the country?
This is quite a divergent point. And I will say that when you look at the myriads of issues in every county where things are not working, things are not moving, it's hardly difficult to give it more than 5. Because you have to look at the primary point of care in the counties. So that's one thing that you have to look at. Are the counties offering the services that are needed? Why are we getting more into private healthcare service provision?
Right.
Because then that means when you go to access healthcare in the private sector more, it means the public sector, which counties here, are failing.
It's failing.
It means they're not offering services. That's why even the private hospitals can rise up and say, no, we are going to offer services, and people get scared. But if the healthcare was working in the public facilities, then that would not be an issue.
Indeed. It wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Dr. Davjia Teller is the Secretary General of the KMPDU, has been here with us this hour, opening our eyes to quite a number of things and pushing forward the conversation in terms of things that ought to happen, what we should see, and also then looking at the gains made and being able to celebrate them, but then pushing to say that let's get to a point whereby some of these conversations, we should not be having them in the future. Thank you for being here with us this morning.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate that, and for ending the week with us on the Situation Room. Guys, have a good weekend. Let's keep talking. It's necessary that we do. This is a Situation Room at 10:01. Good morning.
Thank you, Dennis.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The High Court is today expected to deliver a ruling on whether it has the jurisdiction to hear a petition challenging Inspector General Police Eliud Lagat's continued stay in office following the murder while in police custody of blogger Albert Ojwang. In July, lawyer Cecil Miller, representing Lagat, submitted that the court lacks jurisdiction to hear the matter filed by activist Eliud Matindi. Miller asked the court to refer the case to the Employment and Labor Relations Court. However, Matindi objected to Miller's request, arguing that his petition extends beyond an employment dispute. In June, Lagat, who lodged a formal complaint that led to Ojwang's arrest, stepped aside from his position as investigations intensified into the blogger's killing. Nairobi residents in several parts of the city will experience a temporary water supply interruption this weekend, the Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company has announced. In a statement, the company said the disruption, which will run from today to tomorrow at 8 a.m., is to facilitate the interconnection of the Gigiri Kabete water pipeline at the Gigiri pumping station and reservoirs. The affected areas cut across large sections of Nairobi, including Westlands, Lavington, Valley Road, Ngong Road and Upper Hill, among other areas. The police recruitment exercise that was to commence today has been postponed until further notice, a day after the Employment and Labor Relations Court suspended the process pending the determination of a petition challenging its legality. In a statement on Thursday, National Police Service spokesman Mushiri Nyaga said the service was exploring appropriate legal remedies to ensure the recruitment exercise can resume at the earliest opportunity. At the same time, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen expressed optimism that the matter would be resolved quickly. Murkomen appealed to the judiciary to lift the court order that halted the exercise, stressing that the country urgently needs more officers to safeguard its security. Kiambu County government has dismissed reports that more than 130 newborns have died in the county since the start of a doctor strike in the devolved unit 128 days ago. County Chief Officer for Health Services Dr. Patrick Nyaga insists that there is no crisis in Kiambu 2 days after medical workers across the country threatened to join the strike should the government fail to address the escalating healthcare crisis in the county. Nyaga told SpiceFM that the situation in Kiambu has been blown out of proportion, adding that a sizable proportion of doctors are working.
If for sure a village lost 20 babies, there will be hue and cry in churches, there will be hue and cry in villages, there will be hue and cry in the hospitals, there will be hue and cry in families. You will not need to be given statistics by doctors to know there's a problem. The community would have said it. We have not had a community perspective where you're saying, like I can give you examples during COVID in this and this villages, we had 11 barriers within 7 days.
In a rejoinder, Dr. Bill Muriuki, KMPDU Regional Secretary, Central Kenya, insisted that lives have been lost since late May when the doctors downed tools over delayed salaries, poor working conditions and ignored agreements.
Doctors, we don't keep numbers, statistics, hospitals do. If you see your sister paper, Daily Nation, publish those numbers on the front page. This is a reputable organization with big law, with big legal advice. They would not publish something they cannot verify. In fact, today, I'm sure you'll be aware that Standard has actually found the mothers of these babies who died, and they're going to publish their stories. So are also these people also imagining all these things that are not happening on the ground?
Yeah. Nearly 3,000 passengers, while the airport said it diverted a further 15 flights to nearby cities. On Friday, a spokesman for German flag carrier Lufthansa said flight operations have since resumed according to schedule. Several airports across Europe have closed down in recent weeks because of unidentified drones. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
The 90s have never sounded so good.
Thank God it's Friday.
Spice.
Keep the heads ringing. Ding dong. Ring-a-ding, ding, ding dong.
Breathing life into the 90s.
You played the best music.
More of the classics and the hits you love. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
I break kids, step into my zone, mad rhymes will stifle ya. Lines like rifles go blast when I kick some. A lot of rappers be like one-time wonders. Couldn't say a fly rhyme if there was one right under their noses. I hate those motherfucking poses, but I'm so real to them it's scary. And with my unique skills, nah, you can't compare me. And no, we don't make whack tracks. And all the suckers get pushed back when I'm kicking real facts. I represent setups like a tech boy. You're paranoid cause you're a son like Elroy. And you'd be happy as hell to get a record deal. Maybe your soul you'd sell to have massive appeal.